The hearing of the Senate Blue Ribbon Committee is hereby called to order. Settle down. Okay. Good morning, everyone. First of all, I'd like to acknowledge the senators that are present this morning. Our Senate President, Senator Frank Drilon. Good morning, sir. Senator Sonny Trillanes. Good morning, sir. Senator Paulo Benigno Bam Aquino. Good morning, sir. And we'd also like to acknowledge the resource persons who are here this morning. First of all, Secretary Laila De Lima. Good morning, ma'am. Ms. Ruby Tuason. Good morning, ma'am. Mr. Ben Hurloy. Morning. Good morning, sir. Ms. Marina Sula. Morning po. Merlina Sunya. Good morning, ma'am. And Gertrudis Loy. Good morning. Morning po. Let me start with an opening statement. Mga kababayan, ladies and gentlemen, una sa lahat, maraming salamat sa pagpunta nyo dito at pagdalo sa hearing ng Blue Ribbon Committee. In particular, I would like to thank two persons. First, thank you, Secretary Laila De Lima, for lending your full support to the committee. Thank you for making the appearance of Ms. Ruby Tuason before this committee today possible. Second, thank you, Ms. Ruby Tuason, for volunteering to help the Department of Justice get to the bottom of these controversies surrounding the use or the alleged misuse and abuse of the money of the people. Ms. Tuason, mahalaga po ang pagdalo ninyo. Inaasahan namin na ibibigay din ninyo sa Senate Blue Ribbon Committee ang pangako na ibinigay ninyo sa DOJ. Natutulong kayo ng buong puso sa paghahanap ng katotohanan. Nang umpisahan ng Blue Ribbon Committee ang mga hearings kaugnay ng kontrobersiyang ito, 4 ang importanteng tanong ang inihanap natin ng sagot. Una, ano ba ang nangyari? Pangalawa, paano ito nangyari? Pangatlo, sino ang mga dapat managot sa mga nangyari? Pang-apat, ano ang dapat gawin para hindi na maulit ang nangyari? What happened? How did it happen? Who should be held accountable for what happened? What must be done to make sure that what happened will never happen again? Hindi lamang po ito tanong ng Senate Blue Ribbon Committee. Ito ay tanong ng taong bayan. At dapat lang po, sila kasi ang tunay na may-ari ng pera sangkot sa usaping ito. Malaking halaga. Aasahan po namin ang inyong tulong. Ang sabi ni Secretary De Lima, ang inyo daw pong testimonya ay parang isang slam dunk. Sa tingin ko, hindi lamang ito isang slam dunk. Kung panindigan po ninyo ang mga bagay na sasabihin nyo, baka po isang 3-point shot. Isang 3-point shot na buzzer beater na, winning shot pa. Magtulungan po tayo. Umpisahan na natin ang pagdinig. Before we start, the Director General is hereby directed to administer the oath to those who have not yet taken their oath. Director General.
Ms. Tuason, pakitayo please. Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this proceeding? Kindly nod your head. Thank you. Please be reminded, the others, we would like to remind that you are on the same oath that you took the first time you were here. Thank you.
Okay. Ms. Tuason, good morning. Please speak into the mic. Ben, pakilapit lang yung mic. Good morning. Yes. Pakilapit pa, please. Okay. Yeah, you're okay.
Okay.
Would you like to make an opening statement?
Yes, if I could.
Please do so. You have the floor.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, honorable members of this committee, and the countrymen in attendance kind enough to listen to what I have to say. I am grateful for this opportunity to speak. My opening statement will be brief. I applied to become a state witness in full knowledge of the risks involved in doing so. I opened my life to the scrutiny of the public, entrusting the Philippine criminal justice system. I risked my personal safety without any promise of immunity. As you all well know, my admission to the country's witness protection program is merely provisional. My critics claim that I applied to be a witness of the state merely in escape of confinement. Though there is truth in my desire to not live what I have left of my life in jail, my actions has proven that I also will the best for this country. Having already left the country, and assuming my intentions were merely to escape time in prison, I could have easily done so by not returning home, like much of those that came before me. Despite the ease of that option, I returned to my country. I returned in hopes of absolution for my wrongs by exposing what I do know of the people who root the corruption of this country. A senator says that my return is done in spite, a reaction to an alleged plea for cold cash. If I am the extortionist he claims me to be, why did I offer to return the assets acquired from arrangements of Mrs. Napoles? And while it is true that I returned the missed calls of the senator, the conversation I constructed willfully was my personal litmus test on his loyalties. Yes, I asked him kung ano maitutulog niya sa akin. An inquiry faced with rejection and proof of a spoiled friendship. After all, I was once willing to stand death row because of my trust in his family. Now I risk my life only for the Philippines. It would be hypocritical of me to say that I was not motivated by commissions from Mrs. Napoles. I was. The mistake was grave and selfish. The decision haunts me with regret. My conscience can no longer take it. Between my friendship with the respondents and exposing urgent truth, I choose to prioritize the latter. All the things that I know are present in my affidavit. It was my personal decision to reveal them. I added nothing, nor deleted anything from what I know are the facts. And so, for the sake of a better tomorrow, I'm ready for your questions, sir.
Thank you very much, Ms. Ruby Tuason. Ma'am, let's start with how you met Janet Lim Napoles. How did you meet? What were the circumstances? And how did the relationship start from knowing each other all the way to the proposal for a PDAF conspiracy?
I met Ms. Napoles around sometime, I believe in 2004. She was introduced to me by my late husband, Carlos Tuason. And Mr. Tuason called me up to tell me that she was bringing somebody who might be interested to buy my house, because I was selling my house at that time in Bel Air, Makati. So I said yes. So he arrived with Miss Napoles and another girl. And we talked. I showed her the house. And in that conversation, I asked her what her business was. And she told me she was a supplier of the government. She did government contracts. She also mentioned to me that for me to introduce her to my politician friends, like Senator Estrada, because I was the former social secretary of the father of Senator Estrada. She didn't buy my house though. She didn't end up buying my house. But after that, she had befriended me and invited me for lunch, invited me to her office to show me the things that she was supposed to be supplying. Did a lot of scaparate. Display.
With a lot of display.
With a lot of things there. And I asked her what are those things. So it's for fertilizer, it was for this. He had a lot of like sprayers and things that she even said she supplied with a DOTC. So I don't really understand much of those. I'm not a farmer. I didn't grow up in the province or anything like that. So I just looked at it and I said, okay. And she actually kept on telling me, pakilala mo ko. So I said, okay. So I told, can I call Senator Estrada Jingoy, since he calls me Tita Ruby? Okay. So I asked Jingoy, I told Jingoy, this woman wants to meet you. Supplier daw siya, baka she can do your projects. Jingoy refused. He didn't want. He didn't want to meet her personally. Okay, so, but still, I asked, oh, will you give her na lang the contract through me? So I told, when I told Miss Napoles, ayaw kanyang makilala. Sabi niya, hindi, sabihin mo, nagbibigay ako ng komisyon of 40%. Okay? So, I relayed that same message. Then, I was given a project at that time. Diba? I was given a project. But for reasons, I guess, only known to him, after he gave me that project, na-kinancel niya, binawi. I had given...
Sino po nagbigay ng project?
Si Jingoy.
Si Jingoy, okay.
Then, nagbigay na ako ng parang down payment, something like that. Parang, what you call that? Parang earnest money. Hindi naman. Upon verbal agreement, parang advance, para makita talaga.
How much would that be?
Ano ba yun?
Yeah, yung project at saka yung commission, magkano yun?
Can I look at my...
Yes, please.
project was 37.5.
37.5 million.
Yes. And
Yung commission po,
5.7.
5.7 million ang commission.
But for reasons only known to...
So you gave this 5.7
Yes.
commission? Yes?
Yes, but he returned it.
He returned it. What were the circumstances when you gave it? Where did you give it?
The time?
Where?
That was in his house.
Where's the house?
Green Hills.
Green Hills. What street?
I don't know.
You don't know.
I know to go there, but I don't know the name.
Yeah, I understand. And so he rejected.
No, he received it.
He received it.
Yeah.
Was
But
there
then-
anyone? Was there anyone with you when he received it?
No.
Kayong dalawa lang.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
What year was this?
Year ba to? 2004, 2005, something.
Okay.
2004,
2004?
baka 2005. 2004, September 2000.
September 2004. Okay, please continue. So you gave the 5.7, he refused. He received it. Okay, please continue.
Then after a while, he returned it.
After
After a while.
a while. How much was that while?
How long?
How long?
Not very long. Siguro probably a week or two.
A week or two. Okay. Yeah, I can understand you're using your what you remember, no?
Yeah, that's a long time ago.
Yes, 2004. Yes. Okay, so that was a week or two. So what happened? Why did he return it? Of course you.
I asked him why, so he didn't say, so I didn't pursue the matter. I mean,
Can sandali, please. Could you please yung phone, yung microphone. Could you please talk to the microphone kasi people cannot hear.
Okay.
Yeah. You asked him what's the matter.
I said I asked him why, and he didn't give a real reason. Yun niya, wag na lang, ganun lang.
Okay.
So I just took it at that.
Okay.
He returned it, and then I returned it to them.
Who is them?
I returned it to Janet Napoles and Ben-Hur, because it was Ben-Hur who always
Ben-Hur was present when you returned it. Ben-Hur, do you remember this?
as a officer.
Ben-Hur, do you remember this?
Sir, may instance po kasi na sinoli ni Miss Ruby Tuason ng pera. So, hindi ko na po matandaan. But nag-return po siya at sinabi din po ni Miss Napoles na solid na hindi natuloy po yung agreement
Okay.
nila.
Okay. We'd like to acknowledge the presence of Senator Sonny Angara. Good morning, sir. Please proceed, Miss Tuason.
Sabi pa sa akin ni Miss Napoles, sayang.
Sayang ang sabi ni Janet Lim Napoles.
She asked me why. Because ewan ko, sabi niya, wag na lang. Sabi niya, sayang. Then after that, I heard that it was Matranillo did it.
You heard that it was Matranillo that did it. And in your affidavit,
The
it
project.
says that it was... Go ahead.
Which was actually, when I saw the accounting record of Ben-Hur, I was able to confirm that it was really Mr. Ranillo.
And it says here in your affidavit that there was a delivery. Where?
Yeah, here, that's in the accounting records of Ben-Hur. It says there that there was a delivery of 11.970 to a house in 1564 Mahogany Street.
What's the amount? 11,970,000 to 1564 Mahogany Street, Dasmariñas. Am I correct?
In these records, it says they're received by Pauline Labayen.
Do you confirm that, Mr. Ben Herloy?
Yes, sir. Kasi ako po yung naghatid po nung pera. Kasama ko po si yung driver po ni Miss Napoles, si Fernando Ramirez. Inatid namin yan doon po. Kaya I have that exact address, the 1564 Mahogany Street. And which nandun po si Miss Pauline Labayen.
At ikaw mismo ang nagbigay
Opo,
nung halagang 11.9
9
million.
Opo, 11.9. At nagbilang po kami, kaharap po yung asawa po ni Mr. Matt Ranillo, si Miss Lynn Ranillo, Linda ang tawag namin po.
Ang kasama mo si Matronillo o yung misis?
No, ang kasama ko po yung driver. Tapos pumunta po kami doon sa bahay. Tapos
Okay.
nandun po yung si Miss Pauline Labayen.
Okay.
At saka nagpakilala po siya sa akin na staff po siya ni Senator Estrada. And then po, nandun po si Miss Linda Ranillo. Asawa po siya ni Mr. Matt Ranillo po.
Pero si Matronillo nandun o wala?
Parang wala po doon po sa
Okay.
maalala ko. Tapos meron po isang babae doon na medyo nalaman ko po nung kinuwento sa akin po ni Ma'am Lynn at saka ni Miss Pauline Labayen. It was Husta Tantoko daw.
Can you say the name again?
Husta Tantoko.
Husta Tantoko.
Opo.
Okay.
So hindi ko na po ininom kasi.
Okay. Miss Ruby Tuason, in your affidavit, you state that you know who the owner is at 1564 Mahogany. Press D. Okay.
Yes, when I was asked, being a resident in Dasmariñas Village, if I knew who lived there in that address, and I said yes, it was Justa. Because I know her, I've been to her house several times.
Who is Justa Tantoko?
We have that group what they call Mare.
What does MARE stand for? Okay, anyway, go ahead.
It's a group of women that with Dr. Aloy
Dr. Aloy,
Estrada. When we would go do medical missions, we would go out and I think she was also the chief of staff of Senator Loy.
she was the chief of staff of Senator Loy. Okay. We'll get back to that later, si Matranillo and the Dasmariñas, no? Okay, so you cited one instance with Senator Jinggoy, but were there other instances?
Yes, a few, but he didn't give me any projects for a few years, no? It only
Yeah, who is she?
he,
He.
Jingoy.
Okay, Jinggoy.
That was
Okay.
around 2004 na hindi natuloy.
Okay.
So, when I transacted with him, it was already for a project of 2007, December 2007.
December 2007.
Yeah.
Okay.
Ay, December 3 pala. December 3. Here, wherein the amount was PLRC 25 million.
Itong nasa affidavit mo sa page 8,
This one.
yung table. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's it. Okay. This is March 6, September 17, October 16, October 28. The amounts are 5 million, 2 million, 1 million, 1 million, a total of 9 million.
Yes.
Okay. Proceed, please.
So
Yes,
these
what
were-
are these amounts? These are the commission?
No, the commission that I got this from the accounting records of Ben Hur. This is so long time ago. I don't remember exact amounts, but I remember.
Can we ask Ben Hur? Ben Hur, ano itong mga amounts? 5, 2, 1, 1, total of 9 million. Ano to? Project amount? Commission? Kickback? Ano ba yon?
Ano po yan, sir? Yung first column is the date na kung kailan po sa daily transactions po ginawa
Okay.
namin was the
So first
Na-
column is date of transaction.
the date na na-disperse yung pera sa office kasi may daily
So
transaction
date of
kami.
disbursement. Tapos,
And then the second-
description
the
of project ang
Yeah.
second column.
Opo.
Yung
Ang
last,
third is the amount na release doon. Kasi, di ba, sir, meron po kaming, for example, 50% upon listing, 50%. So, yan po yung mga partial releases.
Kickback
releases,
ito.
Kickback, yeah.
Kickback
Bayad.
ito.
Opo, bayad.
I see. And who received this kickback?
Noong 2007 po, si Ma'am Ruby Tuason na po. Sa kanya na namin...
Na mga 2008, itong date of transactions mo.
Kasi based on... sorry. Noong 2008 po, meron na po si Ma'am Ruby at saka meron na po din si Ma'am Pauline Labayen. So, ang records namin dito kung sino po yung kumukuha po ng tao sa office at sino po nagre-receive. So, yun po yung nililista po sa records namin.
Okay. Okay. At this point, we'd like to acknowledge the presence of Senator Grace po. Good morning, ma'am. Ms. Tuason, do you keep a record of all the amounts? Please, answer. Can somebody please?
Yes.
Okay.
No, sir. I don't have any ledger. I don't keep records.
You don't have records. Okay. But aside from that incident where you gave in the kickback in the house of Senator Estrada sa Green Hills, which he returned according to you, did you deliver amounts to him other than that?
You mean aside from that?
Yes, aside from that.
From the first 5.7?
Whatever.
Or
Oo.
this one now? From
and,
this one?
and anything else? Anything else?
Yes, I have.
You have.
Yes.
Do you have any recollection of the amounts?
No, sir.
No. Okay. Do you have any recollection of how numerous it was that you delivered?
Yeah.
We're talking, ma'am, of personal delivery na ikaw mismo ang nagbigay. Am I correct?
Sir, when it's... Kasi mabigat ho yung pera.
Okay.
Hindi ko kaya... I have something wrong with my spine, so I don't really carry. So,
Okay.
like, in the bag like that, let's say I tell my driver, pasok mo, something like that. Or, if like when I delivered here in the Senate before.
Yes.
Okay? And...
Was it one occasion or several
I
occasions?
think I did it like at least twice.
Twice.
Yeah. I used a hand carry one time.
Hand carry bag?
Yeah, yung may gulong.
Yung may gulong. Okay.
A hand carry.
Uh-uh.
Or sometimes, I think another time. Kasi even the amount is small, if it's let's say mga 1 or 2 million, kasya in my bag. Because ganun lang ho naman kalaking 1 million.
Okay.
And that would fit in my big bag. Pero if it's more than that, we need a bigger bag. Sometimes, they have their own bags that they had made.
Okay. Ma'am, on the occasions that you, for example, delivered here in the Senate, where did you pass?
On the side,
Not the main entrance.
no, because they might open my bag.
So you had a pass.
No, I have no pass. I was usually met by one of his people and would escort my car. Kasi, di ba, this is,
One of whose people?
Jingo is,
Okay.
Jingo is, when you enter, there is, di ba yung main entrance, yung stairs?
Yes.
Tapos meron kayong metal detector.
Yes.
They have x-ray where you put your bag and
Yes.
you pass it.
Yes.
So, when I would bring money, the only time I would pass, then you have this driveway,
Okay.
okay? So, since the cars there, you cannot man go straight like that. You have to turn to all that parking and you make a round like that, di ba?
Okay.
Okay. Then you go in. Hindi ka naman papapasukin doon kasi hindi man ako senator.
Okay.
Wala akong ID, wala akong sticker.
So,
So, he would like escort my car going in and I don't know what he tells the guard. So, I could be dropped off all the way inside and that's where I go down.
okay. Do you remember exactly what dates
No,
these
no,
are
sir. I'm
and
sorry.
what time of the day?
It's usually in the afternoon. I never come in the morning.
Late afternoon?
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you remember the years at least?
No.
Okay.
It's 2008 because that was the only year.
How many times approximately? You said twice, thrice.
Here?
Here.
At least twice. I only did 2008 because after that he went direct na. He
Okay.
didn't pass through me anymore.
Okay. When you went down the Senate driveway, so you went down with the bag alone. No, nobody with you went up. I suppose you went up.
Yung tao niya.
Yung tao niya. Do you know the name of the person?
No. I don't naman talk
If
to
you
them.
see the face of that person, would you remember him?
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
Okay. So it's only a matter of showing the pictures, and you would remember him. Him or her?
Him.
Him. Okay. When you went up all the way to the office.
Floor.
Sixth floor. Yes. Paki-recount. So what happened?
Ay, yung bag, when I go down the car, hindi naman ako nagbababa ng bag.
Okay.
Pinapakuha ko na sa kanya. And then, we
Sa
walked
kanya
together.
meaning
The guy.
the
Yung tao niya,
tao niya, yung I suppose employee niya.
I presume.
Oo.
Then, we would both go up to the elevator
Okay.
and go to the sixth floor to his office. And he has like an ante-room. I mean, you go in all the way to his private room, then he has like a sala, and inside is where his office is with I think it has sliding, if I'm not mistaken.
Sliding door.
Yeah, I think. And dun sa loob. And then he has his desk, and ilalagay lang dun sa floor, next to his desk.
Okay. Okay. No one else was with you then when you gave it?
No.
So kayong dalawa lang? Did you stay long? Have any conversation?
Yeah, I would usually stay for a while.
So you engage in talk? I see. Okay. We'd like you to confirm these amounts on page 8, the one with the amounts 5211, total of 9 million. Do you confirm this as kickbacks?
Well, yes.
You do? Okay, thank you. Okay. Did you ever deliver something here that was of the size of a duffel bag?
Yeah. Kasi, pag medyo we put it in a duffel bag.
Pag medyo
Pag
malaki.
medyo madami.
Madami.
Duffel bag is big.
That big lang.
Yeah, but
Okay.
it's,
Kasi may duffel bag na ganito.
I know.
No.
No.
Okay. And again, to reiterate, around 3 occasions. Or
At
2.
least dito. Pag maliit lang, minsan buksan bag, babalik niya agad sa akin. Pag maliit lang,
okay.
2 lang, mga 2M, like that.
Mga 2M. Okay. Aside from that, where else? What other venues did you deliver?
One time, he called me up. He needed some cash that night. So I went, I was at that time with Mrs. Napoles and her husband. And we dropped it off, only 1 million. We dropped it off in front of he had like a comedy bar place on Wilson.
What?
Yes.
Sorry?
It's like a comedy bar,
Do you know the name?
Circo.
Circo? Okay. At Wilson Street? That's
Yeah.
Green Hills?
Yes,
Okay.
near the corner of,
According to Senator Drilon, it's Wilson and Ortigas. Okay.
where the Toys for the Big Boys was before.
Yes, I've seen that, yung toys for the big boys.
Yun,
Oh.
that place,
Yeah, behind the gasoline station.
yeah. Yes.
Okay. So, Continue, please.
So I brought it. I just handed it to him in a bag.
Were you with someone?
Yes, I was with Mrs. Napoles and her husband.
They witnessed it.
Yeah, but inabot lang namin ganun.
But they
Then,
witnessed it.
Yes,
Who else witnessed it?
the two of them.
Driver.
They have a driver, yeah.
So the driver.
I don't know who their driver is.
Okay.
They have so many drivers.
Okay.
They have pet.
Okay. Do you remember the date of that? No?
I'm very
The
good
year?
with dates and names.
Okay. The amount?
At that time, in that bar, in front of the bar,
Yes.
1 million lang, one.
How much?
One,
1 million
yes.
pesos. I see. Okay. Are there any other instances?
The reason, if you see in my affidavit, it says here that I gave more than that. More than this 9 million.
Yeah, you said in your affidavit you gave more than the 9 million that appears in the affidavit.
Because I based it on the project.
Okay.
As I had mentioned, we started with 40% before. So, malayo ho to doon.
Mas malaki, mas maliit.
It's
Just to
more.
be clear.
It's more. Because
It's more.
this is out of these 75 million projects. Sa akin ba ito lang?
No, 75, 9 million. 9 million. Doon on page 8.
Yeah. 9 million for the commission. But the project ho is 75.
I see. The total project cost is 75 and the kickback or commission is 9 million.
It comes out herein. Because the reason for this is because sometimes it doesn't come from him. So I guess he doesn't have that record.
Who is him?
Ben-Hur.
Ben-Hur Loy.
Yeah,
Okay.
it comes from Miss Napoles. Those are the times that I would pick it up from her.
Okay. So what you're saying is, because if it comes from Ben-Hur Loy, it's recorded because he's very, shall we say, religious at recording. Whereas if it comes from some other source like Janet Lim Napoles, then it's not recorded. That's why you're saying definitely it's more than this 9 million as listed here, the kickbacks that you turned over. Can you you have to verbalize your response, ma'am.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Okay. So again, I have to ask this because this was the request of also of Senator Jinggoy Estrada that the time that you delivered here in the Senate when you passed through the parking lot going to the office. Do you remember the dates, the year, the time? I just want to be clear about that, if you do remember or not.
The year is 2008 because that was the only year that I did it.
The year is 2008. Okay. The date?
No, I don't
No.
remember exactly.
The time you said?
It's usually in the afternoon.
Usually
I never came here in the morning.
Yes. Yes. At this point, we'd like to acknowledge the presence of Senator Nancy Binay. Morning, ma'am. Okay. Now, so your relationship with Senator Estrada, Jinggoy Estrada, as a, how should I call it? How would you describe your relationship as a broker, middleman? Press the mic, please.
A go-between?
A go-between. Okay, a go-between, in which you delivered from time to time sums of money as kickback from projects. It lasted, as you say, 2004 to 2008.
No. 2004 was the first time
Okay.
na hindi natuloy.
Okay.
Okay? So that was returned. And then nothing until this 2008.
There's a gap. Then nothing until 2008.
Yes.
Okay. And then after 2008, what happened?
After that, so we had several transactions, and finally, finally, I was able to introduce him. It's been coming out in the papers, and he's been saying it, that I did not introduce him to Mrs. Napoles. But I just want to correct you. It is possible that you introduce a person twice because the person doing the introduction is not aware that you have been introduced. Diba ho? So, as far as I know, I introduced him to Mrs. Napoles because Mrs. Napoles mahilig sa mga artista. Okay? And during the wake of Rudy Fernandez, I went because I knew also Rudy Fernandez. Jinggoy was there, and I introduced them. I was not given the impression that they had met before. Okay? Now, after that, a few days after that, Jinggoy called me up to ask me for the phone number of Mrs. Napoles. I didn't ask why. So anyway, I just gave it. I had no reason not to. I gave it, and before I knew it, that was, he wasn't anymore doing any business with me.
So in nagdirekta na.
Like directa.
Okay. So can you please enumerate all the places that you remember where you delivered kickbacks? So one is the Senate, as you already stated, the Senate office. One is the comedy bar, Circo.
Circo.
Where else po?
Senate.
And then the residents at Green Hills. What?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yung Green Hills, he also had a house in Corinthian eh. I'm not trying to recall if I did deliver there or not. It's another house.
A house in Corinthian. And you remember delivering there?
No, I'm not sure.
Ah, you're not sure. Okay. And you said that after 2008, we had several transactions. What are these transactions?
No, for the year 2008.
Ah, for the year. Then after that, wala na nangyaring transaction because they already talked to each other after you gave the phone number of Janet Lim Napoles.
I asked him pa, dumidiretso ka na?
O, ang
Told
sabi
me
niya?
hindi.
Ha?
Hindi. I asked Miss Napoles. Sabi niya, hindi. I asked Ben-Hur. Sabi niya, ma'am, di ko alam, hindi yata.
Hindi yata. Okay. What did you mean when you said in your statement that you risked death row for the Estradas?
When he stepped down as president,
You're not talking of Jinggoy.
no, his family, I said. The family,
His-
meaning his father.
Okay, his father.
When he
Okay.
stepped down as president, I stayed in Malacanang till like 6:30 in the morning.
At the day he stepped down, you were there
And
at
malapit
6:30.
na yung mga nagra-rally. And I remember, my mom kept calling me to get out of there before I die. Kasi pag nagkagulo dyan, hindi kayo sisave dyan ng mga PSG. Si Erap lang sisave dyan. Malis ka na dyan. It was really scary at that time. That's what I meant.
I see. Okay. Okay. Let's go to this Matranillo. So this Matranillo is parang nag-aahente din. Tsaka sinabi nyo mahilig sa artista si
Jen.
Janet Lim Napoles.
In fact, you know, when, I don't know if I should say, when Rudy Fernandez was buried,
Go ahead.
Rudy Fernandez's place of burial is almost right across to her mom. Nagpa-catering pa siya doon sa lugar ng mami niya para doon dadaan sa kanya yung mga ibang artista. Papakainin niya.
Para makilala niya.
Papakainin pa niya. Via Mare pa.
Okay. And do you know of any, have you heard of any other persons, personalities? Do you know of any or have you heard of any na nag-aahente
just see regular people there. She had two Chinese girlfriends that was always there in all her parties.
No, no. What I mean is nag-aahente. Yung nagmi-middleman. Like you. Like what you did. Nagmi-middleman.
Bayan. Maya, bayan. I don't know. There's really none. I was asking this girl that I always see in her parties, Maya, na she's pala employee of DA. That
Maya who?
Santos.
Who is Maya Santos?
Can you ask? They know
Ben? Ben-Hur? Who is Maya Santos?
Dati po siya sa employed ng Department of Agriculture.
Employee ng Department of Agriculture.
Opo, dati.
Ito pa yung sinasabing tiga Davao?
Yeah, yes po. Na naging, ang position niya I think was, naging assistant secretary. Hindi ako sure yung niya. Ang ganun.
Secretary De Lima, do you know anything about this, the involvement of this certain Maya Santos?
That name occurred a few times when we were
Parang nag-certify po yata siya yung dun sa Joffrey's Trading, I think, na present po
Nag-certify siya. Oo.
ni Senator Cayetano po, yung documents. Dun tinanong niya.
Yes, Your Honor. What I can remember is that when we were questioning Ben-Hur Loy at the early stages of the investigation, I remember that's one of the names that had been mentioned a few times. But as to whether she is or she also served as a broker or a middleman, just like Mrs. Tuason, that is not very clear to us.
You have not summoned her yet or interviewed her?
According to the NBI, not yet, Your Honor.
Okay. So aside, Ms. Tuason, aside from Maya Santos, is there anyone that you've heard or know about that was a broker? The go-between? Between Janet Lim Napoles and any other senator?
No. Usually the board has like a set of friends that is always there in all her affairs, either in her office when she has mass on Wednesdays and Fridays, and when she has parties. She loves to hold her parties at Heritage Park.
Heritage Park, yes.
Mausoleo of her mom.
Yes.
That's where she had her parties. And I would see the same people. I would see all her employees. Yun ang laging 100% present. And they had two Chinese friends. They had some elder people who I don't really know.
Yes, and how would you characterize the relationship between Janet Lim Napoles and Senator Jinggoy Estrada? Close friends? Do they party together? Do they travel together?
I saw Ms. Napoles in the party of Senator Estrada. Few times.
Few times.
Yeah. They seem to be close.
They seem to be close. What are the indications of seeming to be close?
Kasi kaibigan niya pati yung wife. The wife niya. So they would be the same table. And one time I saw them, the wife only, no? And Mrs. Napoles, I saw them having dinner at Polo Club. And birthday of Senator Estrada, she was there. But she didn't show me really that how close. Because one time I was looking, I think, for Senator Estrada or something. Somebody, actually, he had a guest that arrives, and I was looking for him. So, the place of the party before was in it was a party in the building of President Erap. And there's that area at the back na open. That's where they all smoke. And here is the place where it's covered. They don't do no smoking. So, I went out there, and I saw them. They were having fun there, but that's where she would just stay. She was there, but there were a lot of guests. And that's when I was able to really confirm na diretso na sila.
Na diretso na sila, meaning hindi na dumadaan sa'yo as go-between, as broker. I
It's okay.
see.
Yeah.
Oo. Okay, and what
That's her style.
what occasion was that?
It was a birthday. It was likely it was a birthday.
You don't remember the year?
No.
Okay. Let's go to your relationship with Senator Enrile. Okay. When did it start? When you started as a broker between Janet Napoles and Senator Enrile?
After I had made the offer to Senator Estrada, not long after, I offered it also to the Chief of Staff of Senator Enrile. I never got to talk to Senator Enrile about his pinaka.
You never got to talk to Senator Enrile. So you only got to talk to
Attorney Reyes.
Gigi Reyes?
Yes.
Okay. And this was also in 2004, I suppose.
told her about it around the time, I believe, around 2004 or early 2005. But we did not do anything right away, as it will be here in the record of Ben-Hur, which I believe naman his records, no? Because medyo consistent naman ho siya.
Okay.
Dito, 2006 kami nag-umpisa.
So what happened? You introduced Miss Napoles.
No, I never introduced Miss Napoles at that time.
Okay. So please recount how it started.
At the same, also the same thing. Attorney Gigi Reyes didn't want to meet with her.
Okay.
So they just decided to make it pass through me.
Okay.
And then meet Mrs. Napoles. That was how we all started. Now, the only time that I was able to introduce Ms. Napoles to Attorney Reyes was when there was a Senate hearing of Joc Volante.
Oh, the fertilizer
The
scam.
fertilizer
I see.
Scam. And I think she got summoned.
Okay. Yes, she did. And she did not show up. She did not show up.
And I remember she knew, I think she was going to get summoned, that she already got summoned. I was in the States at that time. She kept on bugging me to come back to help her. But I said, I can't. I mean, I just got here. So when finally I got back, I agreed to introduce her to Attorney Reyes, the Attorney Gigi. And they met. And again, they became diretso na after that.
Did you ever, so that means you just introduced them, or did you deliver kickbacks also?
Oh yeah, I had delivered. Before that.
So prior to that, you were also a go-between.
Introduction, I was also go-between.
Okay. When and where were these deliveries of kickbacks made?
This is between 2006, it's here, no? These dates are pretty accurate.
Okay.
And
What number is that? In what page is that in your affidavit?
14, 10.
Page 10. It says here you personally delivered
Yes.
the amounts.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. What were?
But I don't remember the amounts exactly, no? I mean,
Okay, you don't remember
it's
the
long
amounts
time now.
exactly. What were the places? For the record, please.
Yeah. The places where I delivered were restaurants like Mamu, Tukiji. We've also been to UCC, La Opera, and Gorman, and how many times she picked up from my house.
She would
Pick it up from my house.
She would also pick it up from your house. When it's picked up in your house, and when you are in these restaurants, when you turn it over, were you with anyone? In other words, was there anyone that witnessed it?
When we were in restaurants, if let's say we were in the May Serendra, let's say.
Serendra.
So my car I would go down. No? When you enter the driveway, I go down. And if her driver is standing there, it would be handed to him. He doesn't know naman what's inside. And besides, he's very trusted.
It would be handed to him,
Yeah.
the driver,
Yes.
of
Of Attorney Reyes.
Attorney Reyes.
And I guess he would put it in their car. and I would proceed to the restaurant.
You drop off the money to the driver and then you go proceed to the restaurant.
If he's there, because sometimes he's not. So I bring the bag with me to the restaurant.
If Attorney Reyes is in the restaurant. Okay. Okay. And how about Senator Enrile?
Senator Enrile never talked to me. I mean, he never talked to me about his PDAF. We never talked about kickbacks. I never handed him anything. The only time was a couple of times, I would say like 2 times, while we were having lunch, he would arrive and have coffee and then leave, or he would pick up Attorney Reyes.
What do you mean by pick up? Just show himself at the door and then Attorney Reyes would stand up and
he
leave?
would have coffee.
Uh-huh.
And,
With
once-
you.
Yes.
So the three of you.
Patapos na kami. Let's say we were supposed to meet at 12:30 for lunch.
Okay.
He would come like 2 or something like that and just have coffee, then leave. Or once he came to pick her up.
I see. I see. Okay. Let's move on to the Malampaya. What is your involvement, if any, and how do you... What is your involvement in the Malampaya? Please elaborate.
Mrs. Napoles asked me if I knew anybody in Malacanang. Because,
Si Janet Lim Napoles asked you.
yes. Because nga, iniisip niya, I must have somebody that I know in Malacanang.
Who was the
Because-
president then?
Gloria Arroyo.
Gloria
Because
Arroyo.
my husband is first cousin to the first gentleman. But I told her I would check because after I had split from my husband, Mike and I were not really anymore, really talking because, I don't know if I have to say this, when I caught my husband, I burned all his clothes, all his things. I burned it all. All 100-something pairs of Italian shoes, all his shoes, everything. And then Tuason family got upset at me, okay, of why I did that. So, because of that, we had like a falling out, no? Because before, when they still had the Tuason building on Ayala Avenue, the administrator of the building was Mike and my husband. They were pretty close because they're the same age. Magkakaano yung mga pipinsan ng mga ages nila. But after I did that, my
Ma'am,
husband,
for the record, who is your husband?
Carlos Tuason,
What's his nickname?
Butch.
Butch.
Yeah, but
He's
after,
deceased.
Yeah, he died
I understand.
na,
Okay.
2008. But because of what I did, they were so shocked. I also myself was shocked with what I did because I never did that before. And na-upset sila sa akin. So,
Delikado ka pala magalit.
buti nga hindi siya sinunog ko, no? Kasi fake siya ng buhay ko.
What was that? Senator Angara could not hear. Could you repeat it
I
now?
said, mabuti nga hindi siya ang sinunog ko.
Okay.
Buti makikremate siya ng buhay na buhay.
Okay. Please proceed.
So, because of that, medyo hindi na kami na ano. But maybe because Jenny, as I call Mrs. Napoles, Jenny thought I would still have some influence there and all that, which I wouldn't even bother to go to Mike kasi, syempre, iba din ang gali, no? So, I told her I would ask around. At that time, my brother was always with me. Okay, and he's really always with me because he was not feeling so good. And,
Your brother is
Remy
Chan.
Chan.
Is he still around?
No, he passed.
He
Also.
passed away also. Okay.
And so my brother knew. I was asked if I knew anybody in Malacanang. My brother knows a lot of people also. He has a lot of people that goes to him to read cards. He reads tarot cards. In fact,
Yung
some
papahula.
not really it's not really pahula. When they have questions, it's iba naman yung manghuhula, no? Hindi naman gano'n. In fact, some radio stations, pag January 1st, they call him up for what he can say, yung mga ganon.
Okay.
Oo. So, and yung mga may mga nawawala, he seems to be good at those things. Anyway. So I told him, and sabi niya, ay baka ako mahanap. My brother wanted to, I guess, make some extra money. So I just left it at that because I didn't know naman that he would really find someone. And then after a few weeks, he came back to me and he said, ay, meron na ako nakita, malakas sa Malacanang. O sino? And he gave me the name of Attorney Jess Santos.
Yung lawyer
I
nila,
presume that's the one. I presume lang.
I see.
Oo. I remember Attorney Jess Santos in the 1970s. My husband had the lawyer, Attorney Poblador, Nori Poblador, the old man. And when we went there to the condominium of Attorney Poblador in Tuscany, we had lunch there. Attorney Jess Santos was there. That's the only time I met him. That was in the 70s pa.
Okay. Please proceed.
After that, I never saw him again. And he told me, Attorney Jess Santos, so okay. And then after another few weeks, sabi niya, pwede ba dito ko na lang pa-deliver yung pera?
Saan yung dito?
Yung in-house namin in Dasma.
Sa bahay mo? Yes.
And sabi ko, oh sige, because he's my brother. Sabi niya,
Yes. At this point, we'd like to acknowledge the presence of Senator J.V. Ejercito. Morning, sir.
so, where was I?
Go ahead, please. Go ahead. You said it was delivered to your house?
Yeah, he asked if it was okay, if it
The-
was delivered. The money from
The money.
Yes, from their office would be delivered to our house
Okay.
or picked up from
You
our
saw the
house.
money.
Well, when my brother was not around, I would receive it for him.
You would receive it. Who would deliver it?
Their office, mga tao nila.
You don't remember who?
No. So it's the same people that would sometimes deliver to our house before for Senator Enrile or Senator Estrada. The same people.
JLN.
Yes.
So it was also JLN's office, yung mga tao ni JLN, ni Janet Lim Napoles, that was delivering for the Malampaya to your house.
Yes.
The sums of money, and we can presume these are kickbacks, of course.
Yes, yes.
I see.
And I asked him, when I started seeing the money coming, sabi ko, ano yan? Saan yan? And then sabi niya, ito yung yung kay Jenny sa DAR. Actually, I didn't even know about Malampaya. Sabi lang niya sa akin, ito yung sa DAR.
Ito yung Sadar. Okay.
And when the money would be delivered, or when he would pick it up, and it would be
Who
in
would pick it up?
my brother, from their
Would you know
office.
who it is intended for? The
No.
kickbacks?
Well, he would call, I presume Attorney Santos, he would call, and not long after, meron nang dadating doon para mag-pick up. Hindi naman ako umarap kasi hindi ko kilala at ayoko umarap sa mga lalaki na makausap niya. Baka mamaya, might not be safe or whatever. Hindi naman tumatagal sa amin yung pera kasi
Okay.
I always am so afraid baka may mag-hold up.
Okay. Anything else on the Malampaya?
Nothing really.
Okay. Ms. Tuason, aside from the three senators already...
Three? I only was
No,
involved with
let me finish my statement. Aside from the three senators already named as allegedly involved in the PDAF scam, and at this point I'd say allegedly, do you know, have you heard of any other senator or congressman involved in the PDAF scam? Please share microphone.
involved in the PDAF scam, no?
No. Malampaya.
No.
Okay. And for the record, Ms. Ruby Tuason, could you during the Estrada administration, could you state what your position was and what your work there, just for the record?
I was the social secretary.
And what does the social secretary do?
I arranged the state dinners, and when he had meetings, let's say Sometimes he has several visitors, and then another VIP will come. I sometimes get to talk to those people while waiting. Sometimes they're made to wait in the main Malacanang, and then the president will be in the premier house. So also during state visits, I would prepare the gifts. During state dinners, the gifts for the heads, so for whoever our guest was. And also I prepared the guest list for the approval of the president. And what else? Yeah, basically, it's more of the social activities of the president.
Okay. For the record, you also said that you're willing to return.
Yes.
So you have an idea also of the amount, more or less.
Yeah, it's a ballpark figure.
I see. How much is it?
40
40
million.
million pesos. That's the commission that
More or less that I
you
got.
receive.
Yeah.
That
Should be
you,
more-
not the others, receive.
Yeah, me, because this is only what year, no? So.
Would you have an idea what the percentage it would be?
I was promised 5%.
5%.
Less 5% withholding.
Okay.
May tax. Hindi pala siya din yung tax.
May bayad ng tax.
Sabi niya may 5% withholding. Hindi ko naman alam yung withholding si Mrs. Napoles.
Hindi sa BIR. Withholding kay Napoles.
Saka, minsan hindi naman niya ibibigay talaga yung komisyon kasi kaya nalugi siya. Paano ka naman nalugi? Sabihin niya kasi, sobra dito, na gano'n. Para lang hindi niya mabigay lahat. It's so against her. In fact, you didn't ask, but in the year 2011, Ben-Hur visited me in my house. I was no longer doing any transactions at the time. And she was trying to collect for me. She had already paid me, had already paid the senator. Tapos, sasabihin niya, hindi natuloy.
Which senator did you pay?
Enrile, to Gigi.
To
Pero
Gigi.
sasabihin niya, hindi daw natuloy, balik ko daw yung binayad niya. Ben-Hur tell the story. She's something else.
Ben-Hur? Please continue the tale.
2011 po, pinapunta po ako ni Miss Napoles kay Ma'am Ruby kasi nung si Madam nakadiretso na kay attorney Jessica.
Sino si Jessica?
Jessica Gigi Reyes po.
Gigi.
Nakadiretso na siya.
Okay.
So, hindi na din po kasi parang wala na si Ma'am Ruby sa sa mga transaction, hindi ko na din nadidinig yung pangalan niya. So, meron kasi si Ma'am Ruby parang backlog na transaction na hindi pa namin na-implement ng office. So, pinapalabas na hindi na-implement. So, project po ni Senator Enrile po yun.
How much
And
was this?
That project was coursed through the Department of Agriculture. So, that's 45 million.
45 million.
Ang project po.
Anong date yun?
Hindi ko sa ulado po
Okay.
yung
Sige.
So, under accounts po yun ni Miss Ruby Tuason. So, ang nangyari po, sabi ni Madam, puntahan ko daw yung bahay niya. Hindi ko naman po alam yung bahay ni Ma'am Ruby. So, sabi ni Madam, binigay niya sa akin yung address. Tapos, ayaw ko naman agad-agad tawagan. So, nag-ano muna ako kasi anong sasabihin ko? Kasi ang sabi ni Madam sa akin, instruction niya, sabihin ko daw kay Ma'am Ruby, na hindi natuloy yung transaction. Yung
Okay.
45, kailangan daw, isoli daw yung pera, ibalik daw yung pera.
So ikaw naging delivery of bad news tsaka collector.
Ganun po kami lahat, mga empleyado sa office. So pag minumura kami ng mga lawmakers sa lower house, kami po yung absorber.
Okay.
So ang nangyari po, pumunta na po ako kay Ma'am Ruby, hindi ko alam. So tinuruan niya ako kung paano sasabihin, ganun. So may dala po akong index card na hindi ko ma-present dahil alam ni Ma'am Ruby na natuloy yung project. Kinausap ko si Ma'am Ruby, sabi ko, Ma'am Ruby, yung project nyo po na naiwan na under sa account nyo, 45 million, nasa DA, hindi po natuloy. So, okay lang po ba na, kasi po ang sabi ni Madam sa akin, isoli, ibalik yung pera na nakuha kasi hindi po natuloy. Tapos sabi ni Ma'am Ruby, paano hindi natuloy? Nasa listing, nagkaroon na ng bayaran, tapos lumabas na yung SARO. Tapos nakipag-communicate, tumawag na kayo kay, nag-ano na kayo kay yung isang staff ni Senator Enrile, nag-email na kami nung Memorandum of Agreement, endorsement. Tapos ba't sabihin hindi natuloy? At saka, kumbaga ang tagal, naniningil lang nung time na hindi na sila nag-uusap. So, tapos yun na, lumabas na yung usapan sa ko, ma'am, ba't hindi na po kayo parang agent? Sabi ko gano'n kay Ma'am Ruby. Sabi po ni Ma'am Ruby, Benhar, ayaw ko na. Ayaw ko na nga ganyan. Sabi niya, ayaw ko na. Tapos in that time din, nag-sorry din ako kay Ma'am Ruby kasi galing din siya sa, parang inoperahan yata po siya din that time. Tapos binulabog ko pa siya ng gano'n. So, yun. Tapos napag-usapan na din namin yung isang... tapos wala na kasi hindi na po ako nag-insist kasi alam ko naman talaga na natuloy yung project. So, kasi gano'n si Madam kung pagkaaway niya na or hindi niya na papalabas na hindi natuloy. So, ang nangyari po, hanggang napag-usapan na din namin ni Ma'am Ruby yung, kasi nalaman niya, confirm niya sa akin yung isang manager ng bangko na nag-resign po. Tapos, kinuha ni Madam sa amin ng auditor, which I testified it in the previous hearing. Tapos sabi niya, what happened? Ba't ganun? Tapos sabi hindi niya ba alam na may, alam mo yun, na nag-resign yung tao para sa kanya, tapos ganyan. Tapos ewan ko mo sa kanya. Yun. So, yun na po. Tapos umalis na po ako kay Ma'am Ruby. Tapos nag-report na ako kay Ms. Napoles, Madam, natuloy po yung transaction. Hindi na pwede solid. Ako na lang yung nagsabi po kay Madam ganun.
Okay. Balikan natin yung kay Matranillo sapagkat nasa records mo yung tungkol kay Matranillo. Merong newspaper report na nagkaroon sila ng kaso with JLN. Nagkasuhan sila. At yung sinubmit na ebidensya, mga vouchers. May alam ka ba rito?
Yes, sir.
Anong alam mo? Paki
Kasi po,
salaysay po.
nung si Miss Ranillo po, si Mr. Matt Ranillo, so close sila ni Ma'am Pauline at saka yung mag-asawang Ranillo.
Sino si Ma'am Pauline?
Labayen, kay Senator Estrada po.
Kay Senator Estrada, okay.
Tapos ang nangyari po, siya kasi po nagpasok ng transaction na. So nung wala po si Ma'am Ruby na hindi natuloy yung kay Ma'am Ruby, so nakuha ni Madam yung kay Senator Estrada po. So ang nangyari, si
Madam meaning Janet Lim Napoles.
Opo,
Okay.
tapos ang nangyari po hanggang 2006. So nagkaroon po sila ng problema ni Mr. Matt Ranillo. At yung kaso na i-file po sa Marikina ni Miss Janet Napoles, actually ako yung ginawang complainant pa doon. Tapos ang nangyari po was, meron kasi Madam kasi nag-o-offer ng commission kina Sir Matt Ranillo. Ang nangyari po, bayad na po parang may binigay po si Madam kay Sir Matt Ranillo na sasakyan na Ford E150. Red. Tapos, ang nangyari...
Sasakyan na 4150?
Opo, Ford E150. E150 nga. Ford E150.
Ford E150.
Okay.
Van. Okay.
Van. Tapos, ang nangyari po, sabi, hindi naman mababayaran po ni Sir Matt yung sasakyan agad-agad. So, ang usapan po nila is, bawas na lang po sa komisyon.
Sa komisyon, sa kickback?
Sa kickback po kasi may commission po na in-offer si Ms. Napoles kay
Okay.
Sir Matt.
Sige.
So ang nangyari po, di bawas-bawas dahil ako nga po yung nagre-records ng mga advances, tapos ako din po yung nagsasubmit report kay Ms. Napoles kung bayad na yung ahente or ganun sa ano. So ang nangyari po, di bayad na si Matranillo. So nagkaroon sila ng problema kasi parang gusto ni Madam ay alisin na si Matranillo. Tapos dediretso na siya kay Ma'am Pauline na yun nga kay Ma'am Pauline dediretso na. Dapat hindi na malaman ni Sir Matranillo. Diretso si Ma'am Pauline na lang kasi ang nangyayari po kasi parating si Matranillo at saka si Ma'am Pauline Labayen.
Okay.
So ang nangyari po, di nung nagka-problema na, tapos nag-file na si Madam ng kaso, yung parang writ of replevin ba yun, na yung sa sasakyan,
Okay.
sa Marikina.
Oo.
Tapos, yun po, si Matranillo po kasi po ay pirma ng voucher kasi may mga, kasi
Yung voucher na
mga transactions
ano,
po
mga
namin.
transaction na
Kasi yun
na-receive.
pong basehan namin kung bayad na, hindi pa bayad. Tapos doon po nilalagay na din kung ano yung particulars. So, yung voucher po yun po ang ebidensya na i-file po ni Sir Matt Ranillo as counter charge
sa court.
sa court sa amin, sa kay
Ibig
Miss
mo
Napoles.
sabihin, yung proof ng komisyon sa kickback, documentary proof ng komisyon ng kickback, final sa court as documents niya, as evidence
mga
niya.
annexes po final ni Sir Matt Ranillo. So nabula na ano po si Madam, nagulat kasi parang lumabas sa media agad yun na nagkaroon
Okay.
ng parte, kickback, gano'n. So ang nangyari po, di sabi ni Madam, shit, may kopya si Pat Ranillo ng... Ay, sorry.
That's okay. That's
Sorry.
okay. As factual as we can get, the better.
Sabi po ni Madam na may kopya si Matt Ranillo ng mga vouchers. Tapos pirmado din niya po. Prepared ko pirmado din, ganun. So ang nangyari, sabi ni Madam, kailangan maggawa tayo ng another voucher na ipapalabas na sabihin hindi yun ang voucher at gawa-gawa lang nila yun. Total, yung voucher, ang office lang yun namin parang accounting. So, yun ang ginawa po parang kumbaga, reply. So, ang nangyari po, naging mainit na din sa media. Parang ang alam ko po, nagkaroon ng parang settlement kasi parang lumabas na yung mga Estrada, gano'n. Tapos lumabas na po yung kay Senator Lloyd doon na nakalagay pa po na 71 million. So, ang nangyari po, na-settle. So, kwento ni Madam sa akin na kumbaga, yung worth po daw nung sasakyan, kung magkano daw yung worth nung sasakyan, nabayaran daw siya. So, sinabi niya sa akin nabayaran. At the same time daw, nabayaran ni si Sir Matt. Tapos, nagulat na lang po ako na nagpa-sheriff siya doon. Nagpadala siya ng sheriff ba yun na
Okay.
pinakuha niya ulit yung sasakyan ni Sir Matt.
Sige. Thank you. Okay, at this point, I'd like my colleagues to ask questions. First on the list is Senator Bam Aquino.
Good morning. Gandang umaga po sa inyong lahat. I'll be asking Ben-Hur and Ms. Ruby as well. No? But first, I'd like to ask Secretary Laila. Secretary, maybe you can give us so also our witnesses can rest for a while, no? But can you give us an official update with regard to the current PDAF scam? The last time kayo nandito, we talked about possibly other charges being filed,
Yes, sir.
other people being implicated. Could you give us an official update on how the proceedings are going?
Yes, sir. Thank you. As you know po, 2 batches of PDAF cases na po ang na-file on a forward na namin sa Office of the Ombudsman. Yung first batch po na kinabibilangan ng 3 senators yun po ay nasa preliminary investigation stage na po by a panel of prosecutors, special prosecutors ng Ombudsman. So that's the first batch involving 8 lawmakers, including the 3 senators. Yung second batch po ng PDAF cases na i-forward na rin po sa Ombudsman but is still undergoing further fact-finding by the Field Investigation Office ng Office of the Ombudsman. The Malampaya Fund complaint na i-forward na rin po yan ng NBI to the Ombudsman, and that too is undergoing fact-finding by the Field Investigation Office of the Ombudsman, because that is also their procedure. And the fact the Field Investigation Office, or FIO, of the Office of the Ombudsman has been undertaking also independent fact-finding or investigation into these scams. So yun po ang stage. And as we await the action of the Ombudsman, particularly on the first batch of PDAF cases, nagko-continue rin po ang NBI dun sa kanilang case build-up, dun sa possible next batch.
So there will be a next batch, Madam Secretary.
Most probably, Your Honors. Although, as a matter of strategy perhaps, or convenience on our part, ang bala ko sana namin is that we will file the next batch kapag po may action na ang Ombudsman doon sa first batch. That is after the preliminary investigation. At doon po sa first batch, ang alam ko po dyan, karamihan ng mga respondents, there were about 30 plus respondents, 38 respondents in the first batch. Karamihan po ng respondents sa first batch ay nakapag-file na ng counter affidavits. May ilan-ilan po ata na humingi muna po ng extension. Now, and the NBI as a complainant or co-complainant in that first batch ay nag-file nga po ng manifestation and motion saying that it be given an opportunity also to file a reply, a consolidated reply to all the counter affidavits kapag na-file na. Lalo na po ito, yung pagsulpot po, pag-surface po ni Mrs. Ruby Tuason, we do intend to officially attach a copy of her sworn statement to that consolidated reply. And the Ombudsman itself, the Office of the Ombudsman itself, the FIO, is also would also like to use the sworn statement of Mrs. Tuason. Kaya nga po nagkaroon ng clarificatory questioning nung isang araw po sa Office of the Ombudsman to try, and they try to elicit more details sa testimonya po ni Mrs. Tuason.
I'll go into that also later, Secretary. But just to give an update to everyone who is listening, no. So hindi pa po tapos ang kasong ito. There will still be likely other people to be charged, no. That's right.
Po, because yung affidavit po ni Ben-Hur, may ilan-ilan ho doon na mga hindi pa nakakasuhan.
Oho.
Pero ang pagpa-file ho natin ng by batch is that kung kompleto na po yung mga dokumento na nakakalap ng NBI at saka nakalimit ho kasi kami ngayon sa years 2007 to 2009. Even if yung pinakasako po ng testimony ni Ben-Hur and the other whistleblowers ay even outside of the 2007 to 2009 period. But we were advised by the Office of the Ombudsman na mas maganda kung mag-focus muna sa 2007 to 2009 because yun po ang coverage naman po ng COA Special Audit Report.
But this doesn't mean, Madam Secretary, na yung before 2007 and after 2009 ay hindi nakahabulin.
Definitely hindi po ganon. In fact, yung trabaho po ng IAGC ngayon, the Interagency Anti-Graft Coordinating Council, which is also doing its own fact-finding, ay nandyan nga po yung 2007 to 2009, pero lahat ho yan ay hinihimay. And even if it has nothing to do with Napoles or the Napoles-related NGOs. Because if you notice yung COA Special Audit Report po, meron pa ho mga iba doon. Hindi lang yung mga transaksyon with the Napoles-related NGOs.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Secretary, for clarifying that. No? So, lilininaw lang po natin, hindi pa tapos yung kaso, hindi lang tayo nakafocus sa 2007-2009, and at the same time, wala akong pinipili dito sa mga naaakusa. Okay. marami hong pangalan ng lumabas, no? There's Maya Santos, Matt Ranillo was also mentioned in the affidavit of Ms. Tuason. Jimmy Napoles was also mentioned again and again, no? Are these people already charged or iniimbestigahan pa po sila?
Hindi pa po sila charged, pero iniimbestigahan na po sila ng NBI. Although katulad niyan po, Matranillo and then Maya Santos, hindi po clear sa NBI kung may kinalaman sila sa transactions ng 2007 to 2009. But since napapangalanan po sila, sinasama na po yan sa case build-up ngayon. Pinupursu na po nila yan.
Madam Secretary, I'd like to inquire also, has Ms. Tuason's testimony and affidavit, how has it affected the case? Now, you had mentioned in the press about slam dunk evidence, no? But maybe you could give us more detail on that. At the same time, has her testimony caused more people to come out, more whistleblowers to come out? Or is that just conjecture at this point that more people will start to become whistleblowers from her affidavit?
On the last question, Your Honor, I cannot really confirm at this point kung meron pong lumalapit din
Or
sa amin.
you don't
na
want to confirm right now?
I don't want to confirm,
Okay.
Your Honor, kung meron pa pong iba na mga lalabas also o kaya nakikiusap sa amin offering himself or herself to be a state witness. But this much I can say, na kami po ay ingat din po kami and we are being also choosy and circumspect dun sa kung sino yung i-entertain namin as other possible state witnesses. Because may I put on record that we do believe na yung mga testimonya po nila Ben-Hur and the other whistleblowers ahead of Mrs. Tuason, malakas na po yan. Sa tingin ho namin, malakas na. Itong paglabas po ni Mrs. Tuason, natutuwa po kami dahil sa tingin ho namin, lalong nagpapalakas sa kaso namin. Dahil ho ba, marami pong mga nagtatanong, wala naman kayong ebidensya na talagang nag-receive personally o nagtanggap yung nasasangkot na mga lawmakers. Or sinasabi na ho nila na aside from paglilista, alam nila kung kanino mga binibigay at naghahatid. Pero yung iba ho kasi yung mga personalidad na yon, yung other staff members of Janet Napoles, na personal na may alam dun sa pag-aabot at pag-deliver. Like for example, the driver also of Mrs. Napoles. Alam ho namin kung sino ito. Pinasomon na po yan ng NBI. Ay ayaw pa hong mag-cooperate. Naunahan na po sila. So we are also trying to access them, those drivers, although yung sabi na ho namin, hindi po sila sumusulpot. Pero si Mrs. Tuason, naunahan na ho yung iba na makakapag-corroborate na talagang nagre-receive ng so-called kickbacks itong particular lawmaker, especially Senator Jinggoy Estrada.
In short ho, palagay ko, baka ngayon pa lang nag-uunahan na po sila siguro sa inyong opisina. Maging maingat lang po tayo rin sa pagtanggap kung sino yung pwede maging witness o sa witness protection program po natin. Alam ko naman po, alam niyo na po yun.
Alam po namin yung requirements and elements, so ini-evaluate po namin ng maingat po.
Okay. Thank you, Secretary. Ben-Hur, welcome back to the Senate. Nakakarami ka na rin dito. I'd like to ask, ano yung naging pakiramdam mo nang lumabas si Ms. Tuason?
Nung ano po, katulad ng sinasabi ko rin sa mga witnesses ko na sobrang saya at salamat Ma'am Ruby na si Ma'am hindi nakikinig. Kino-confirm niya na tumanggap siya sa amin ng pera at totoo yung sinasabi niya sa akin na natanggap talaga yung lawmaker at nagsalita sa inyong harapan. Kasi po, until now, ang pinagdadasal ko lang, for those na hindi pa po lumabas, may the Lord bother their conscience na magsabi sila ng totoo. So, yun lang.
Ben-Hur, si Ms. Tuason, dun sa organisasyon ni Janet Napoles, isa ba siya sa mga, sabi ko niya, go-between, no? Or parang middleman. Isa ba siya sa mga malaking middleman o maliit na middleman lang? Marami naman yan, di ba, na mga go-between sa mga iba't ibang legislator or kukonti lang ba talaga sila?
Ano lang po, konti lang. Kung sino na yung kliyente niya, yun lang po.
No, what I mean is yung role ni Ms. Tuason na ginawa niya para sa mga ibang politicians, may mga iba rin bang mga ginagawa na role niya na ibang mga individual para sa mga ibang politiko din? O kadalasan diretso na at namumukod tangi siya sa pagiging go-between?
Meron po yung mga nabanggit po namin yung mga previous testimonies, sina Attorney Richard Cambe, sina Pauline.
Okay. Yun yung tanong ko, no? Compared to them, yung mga transaction niya ba ay malaki o maliit?
Hindi masyado yung kay Ma'am Ruby kasi pumasok na lang siya ng ano po 2000, basta yung itong kay Senator Jinggoy po, tapos yung kay Senator Enrile, siya na talaga po yung nag-ano.
Okay. This is the point I'm getting to, no? Technically, hindi rin siya isa sa mga malalaking may transaction. Isa pa siya sa mga maliliit na transaction, no? Tama, do you confirm this?
Opo, opo.
Okay, kasi sabi niya, 40 million yung kickback niya. 40 million at 5% is 800 million, no? So, 800 million pesos yung mga proyektong dumaan kay Ms. Tuason. Yung mga iba, mas malalaking kaperahan pa. Tama?
Opo. Hindi ko nga po alam nung nag-uusap kami ni Ma'am Ruby. Sabi ko, Ma'am, kasi ang pagbigay ko po sa kanya ng pera, wala po akong knowledge na may percent siya.
So hindi mo alam?
Hindi ko alam na may percentage na binibigay si Madam. Kasi ang alam ko sa mga iba, yung standard namin is 5%. 5%. Or nagbabago ito, minsan 1% na lang or 2%. Depende po.
So wala siya dun sa original records mo?
So, ang alam ko po, kung ano yung bibigay ko sa kanya, yun lang po yun. So, hindi ko alam na meron siyang percentage. So, since sinabi naman siya na meron siyang, maaaring si Mr. Poles po
Yung
siguro.
nagbibigay sa kanya directly.
Opo.
But do you confirm the 40 million amount na mga ganun nga kalaki ang naibigay ninyo bilang isang grupo kay Ms. Tuason?
Hindi ko po ma-confirm kung yung hindi ko po sir ma-confirm yung kung yun ang natanggap niyang commission or total kasi wala naman po ako pwedeng 1% o hindi ko kasi din
So
alam.
wala siya sa records mo kasi?
Opo.
But in any of your records, meron ka bang indication doon na nabigyan niyo si Ms. Tuason? Sa records mo lang?
Basta ang every time mag-appear sa records ko si Miss Ruby, that's para po yun kay either kay Senator Jinggoy or kay
So hindi naka-indicate na para sa kanya yon personally?
Wala po.
I see. So itong testimonya niya na meron siyang nakuhang 40 million, sa records mo, wala yun, no? So sa sarili niyang kusan itong sinabi?
Opo.
Okay. Now at 40 million na 5%, that's 800 million. So kaagad-agad ang laking pera na yung dumaan kay Ms. Tuason. Pero sabi mo nga, hindi nga siya malakihan yung transaction niya. So mas malaki pa yung transaction sa iba. So ang original na nasabi niyo is umabot ng, tama ba, 5 billion ang pinag-uusapan nating kapirahang nawala noong 2007 to 2009?
Base po sa audit report sa amin, yung 8 NGOs po, that's 2.1 billion ang sa amin.
Okay. So 2.1 billion itong period na ito for the 8 NGOs at 800 million of the 2.
Halika na, atras ka na. RJ, sisiraan na nag-hand sa'yo. Mag-take-space lang.
Nakapromote yung live ko eh.
Kailangan aralan muna ng gusto yung ramifications, especially with respect to her security. Siguro kung talagang ma-ensure ang security niya sa Makati City Jail by whatever means, diba? Dito na kailangan. Kasi yan ang general rule. Doon ka sa detention facility na pinakamalapit doon sa public jurisdiction. Kaya natin siya consider na i-live sa ano, sa is yung hindi nga natin, so unang assessment ko ng authorities ng PNP, ng BJMP particularly, because nga sa laki ng kaso ay and the considering the magnitude of the case kung saan siya sangkot ay baka hindi natin siya ma-secure. So, whether or not state witness siya, isipin din natin, maybe as of now, ayaw ba niya magsalita? As of now, talagang for whatever reason, kaya ayaw ba niyang magsalita? What if in the future, or in future, gusto na niyang magsalita, magbago na, makonsensya na rin, katulad ni Mrs. Tuason, then, sayang, whether or not, ano siya, state witness, pwede naman siya magsalita, pwede naman siya magsabi ng totoo, kahit hindi siya state witness. Even as an ordinary witness, pwede. Dito sa likod ko. Magsalita, pwede siya mag-confess, mag-unfact. Sayang, kung may mangyari sa kanya, hindi natin siya sasabi. Remember, she's the only one who knows the whole truth. She's the only one who can provide us with more names na nakadeal niya. Kasi even yung sila Benhur ay maraming alam. Hindi naman lahat alam ni Benhur. Kasi nga, yun nga, yung kwento nga ni Mrs. Tuason, iba lalo na nung kinapot na siya. Nung una siya yung kadir, siya yung middleman. Pero later, iba na. So, siya lang si Mrs. Tuason na nakakaalam lahat-lahat. But since siya lang nakakaalam, duda pa ako dun sa verification niya as state witness because kailangan na intindihan natin yung isang important requirement na she does not appear to be the most guilty.
Even if she admits what she
Ay,
knows,
baka
if she
surrender.
Ganun ba sa pangako na magsasalita sa ating sometime naman in the future?
Yan na hindi ko alam because siya nakakausap.
Ito na.
Siya nakakausap. Nakita siya dito nung sa Senate.
Walang sinasabi pala siya.
So, Ma'am, si Ruby Tuason, even if she admitted to receiving 40 million, she appears not to be the most guilty.
She does not appear to be.
Naku, mahulog ako sa hagdanan. Teka.
Kaya nga, in-accept namin yung state witness at the level of the
of provisional admission. Then I think you should demand more information.
Yes, Your Honor, because it's really part of her undertaking to provide us with all information, everything that she knows about these cases. But in the meantime, Your Honor, as you noted, Your Honor, there are still some items, Your Honor, which has to be clarified. And considering the lapse of time, maybe the witness would have to be given more time to remember those things, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you, Attorney Menyes. Mr. Chairman, earlier I moved to subpoena Mr. Matranillo III, Ms. Justa Tantoco, Attorney Jess Santos, si Chairman Zenaida Ducot to the next hearing.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, the chair is in agreement unless there are any objections. Hearing none, then so ordered.
Likewise, Mr. Chairman, I move to subpoena all documents pertinent to the court case involving Mr. Matranillo and Ms. Janet Napoles.
We will course that through the NBI. I understand they are in the process of getting those records. Yes, we shall do so. So ordered.
Mr. Chair,
Uh,
in line with the
Senator
subpoenas
Binay,
of
yes.
Senator Trillanes, I would like to follow up the subpoena dusus tecum that I issued to the DBM. Ano na po yung status niya?
Yes, we're following it up with the Department of Budget and Management. If you recall, during the last budget hearing, we did have a conference with the Secretary of Budget. We will inform you as soon as they give us a response.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's been 6 months, so I think baka we need to really set a deadline already.
Yes, we are aware. We are agreed that it's been 6 months, and that's been quite some time.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Now I'll move to Mrs. Tuason.
Before you continue, Senator Trillanes, we'd like to acknowledge the presence of our Majority Leader, Senator Alan Cayetano. Good morning, sir. Please proceed, Senator Trillanes.
Thank you. Mrs. Tuason, and I want you to focus on this. Let's go back to the instances when you personally delivered some commissions here in the Senate to Senator Jinggoy Estrada. Okay, you mentioned earlier that you passed through the garage beside the main entrance. Okay, then what happened next? Normally,
I would pass there. I'd go down to sa dulo. Then me and who among his personnel
Staff.
that would pick me up would go up to the elevator to the 6th floor.
sasabayan ho kayo nung staff niya. Are they aboard your vehicle or naka-convoy kayo?
No, I'm just,
Going in.
ako lang ho sa kotse.
Okay.
Naglalakad na lang sila.
Sasabihan na lang yung guard doon.
Kahit napadaan
Okay, yung
kotse ko, habang lumalakad
Sergeant at
sila.
Arms. So,
Sergeant at Arms.
yung bantay dun sa garage, dun sa driveway, sinasabihan na lang so your car can get through.
This is a
Okay.
drop off or something.
So, you mentioned yung bag is yung may
One
what do you call that?
One time, gano'n.
One time. So, anong estimate nyo? How much money is inside the bag? Hindi ho ba sinasabi sa inyo yan? Kunyari, galing kay Ben Hurlo yung pera, hindi ho ba? Or galing ho sa bahay nyo? Saan ho ba galing yan?
Manila.
Galing sa kanila?
Hindi, galing ako sa bahay ko.
Okay. Then, hindi ho ba binibilin sa inyo, ito ho, 10 million yan?
Pero siyang
Oh.
papel.
So, you know how much.
Yeah, I just don't
So, ano nga ho,
remember.
how much ho? On those few instances na diniliver niyo dito sa Senate.
Tigwa 1,000. Alam ko pag ano. Hindi ko lang matandaan if it was smaller bills than 1,000 bills or...
Hindi, sabi nyo merong ano voucher o may papel how much
There were several vouchers, sir, that I was, I mean,
Okay.
for that particular instance, I don't really exactly remember how much. But if it's that kind of bag, I would presume it could be something like 10.
10 million. 10 million. Okay. You went up the elevator?
8 to 10 siguro.
8 to 10 million. Okay. You went up the elevator?
Yes.
Then,
I
saan
went
po?
to the office of then I went to the office of Senator Estrada.
Pagkatapos ho?
Nilalagay doon sa loob ng kanyang private room, sa may tabi ng seat.
So, ando dun po ba siya?
Yeah.
Yes.
Sorry. There was a time now he wasn't there because he was in session.
Okay.
I just wait for him. But
Pero may
usually
confirm-
nandun siya.
Pero kino-confirm nyo, ito na, at least may formal turnover or at least eye contact.
Alam niya, nadadating ako.
Tapos,
Tumatawag po ako sa kanya eh.
tapos ho, what?
I would tell him, pupunta ako dyan, dadalhin ko yung ano.
Oh.
Ano lang. Then I
So-
would bring it, give it, and I would leave it with him.
So, binubuksan niya, binibilang, or automatic na alam niya na how much?
He has an idea how much.
Oh, who would give him that idea?
Yeah, alam niya ho matatanggap niya.
How much ho ang matatanggap niya at that day? Who would give him that idea na yun yung ano, or kung may balanse pa, or
Most
tama?
likely ako magsasabi sa kanya.
Yun na nga ho, how do you do that?
I just tell him. I just tell him, ano yan, let's say, for example, ayan, 8 million.
Okay. So, maliwanag ho, sinasabi nyo sa kanya, 8 million ito, then there's that formal turnover, right?
Yes.
Okay. So, you did that in a couple of instances dito sa Senate. Yes?
Yes.
And in sometimes in his house in Green Hills.
He doesn't count it.
Yes, pero inaano nyo. Sinasabi nyo, binibigay nyo sa kanya personally, directly.
Yes.
Kay Senator Jingo Estrada. Okay. Now, let's move to the transactions involving Senator Enrile, which occurs through Attorney Gigi Reyes. O paano nyo binibigay yung bag kay Attorney Gigi? You mentioned, minsan, pagka may driver siya o may guard, may security siya, inaabot doon.
Russian security.
Okay. So, sa driver, binibigay nyo ho yung bag, then you call her up or do you
No,
text her?
If I give her the bag, let's say it's a place where we're gonna meet,
Aha.
nandun na siya, let's say sa restaurant,
Aha.
iaabot na lang dun sa driver. Tapos, I will proceed to the restaurant.
Then you will tell her directly how much was given.
Yes. Yes, sir.
So, can you at least give us an idea how do you do that?
I would, let's say for example, dala ko yung bag. Bababa ho ako ng kotse para pumunta sa restaurant. E tapos po, kung andun yung driver niya, iabot na lang doon sa driver niya at bahala na.
Yes. But pagkakausap nyo na siya, how do you tell her na ito na yung pera?
Alam mo naman niya kaya kami magkikita
Okay.
dahil mag-abot ako
Oo.
ng pera.
So, paano nyo sinasabi na magkano yan? Magkano pa yung balanse?
Binibigay ko sa kanya yung papel na natatanggap ko
Okay.
in her.
So, mga ano ho yan, normally, based dun sa papel, mga magkano ho yung mga binibigay nyo kay Atty. Gigi?
I look.
Yes.
Kita nyo dito, sa listahan, page 10, yung mga projects, let's say 40%. Umpisa ko 40% eh. Tapos, meron nung 3 tranches dyan. Paggawa ng listing, pag ano ng SARO, tapos NCA. So, it varies, no? Pag yung gawa lang ng listing, maliit pa lang. Pagdating po ng SARO, yun.
Yung maliit po na yun, how much po yan?
For example, 10 million dito, 10 million. So, project. So, mga 4 million yan. So, minsan, yung wala ko kasing fixed pag listing eh. Kung ano lang, you know, parang advance.
So mga ganon, no? 4 million, 5 million, yan ho yung first tranche normally. Hindi ho maliit yun, ha? Ma'am. Well, compared siguro doon sa mga full payment. Pero mga ganun ho, then pagka may SARO na, another tranche, then finally yung NCA, yun na yung completion, final ho. Okay. And so yun ho yun yung sinasabi ko eh. Those details are missing here. And you have a mental figure of a 40 million, and yet parang ano kayo, you're not sure when you're talking about details of the projects. Kuan ho parang nagko-consult pa kayo kay Mr. Louie.
Kasi ho, binibase ko itong aking accounting dito through his records. Dahil wala ho akong ledger, wala ho akong notebook.
Yes, but I think all of these things can be recalled in your memory, especially this time na nagre-reflect kayo na mag-testify kayo. Dapat ho, nabubuo nyo na ulit yan sa
Sir,
inyong...
60 plus na po ako.
Hindi ho halata, ma'am.
Excuse me, forgive me for interrupting, but at this point I'd like to acknowledge the presence of Senator Miriam Defensor Santiago. Good morning, ma'am. Please proceed, Senator Trillanes.
Well, of course, ma'am, I understand that hindi naman ho madaling mag-recollect ng ganong katagal, but you have to try. Hindi ho pwede yung you'll just be giving us broad strokes of the figures or just brush it off as some trivial detail. Hindi po, kailangan po natin yan. So, you have time. After this, yun po ang I will ask from you. Buuhin nyo na. Try to recall as much as you can from all these transactions. Ito po, na-mention po kanina about nag-i-email kayo with a staff with the office of the senators so that you'll be updated as regards the releases of the SARO and the yes?
My involvement in these projects is I will tell you like this. First, I will be informed na may budget ang senator. Okay. So, sasabihin sa akin, meron kaming 30 million. So, kasi pumapasok lang ako sa umpisa at sa bandang huli. Saka yung sa mga bayaran. So, pag sinabi sa akin, meron kaming project na let's say 30 million, tatawag ko na kay Ben-Hur. Sasabihin ko, Ben-Hur, meron daw silang 30 million. Anong gagawin dyan? So, ang gagawin niya, gagawa siya ng list kung saan ilalagay yung 30 million.
Okay, ma'am. Now, the question is, who informs you?
The office of the Senate.
Who in particular?
In the office of Senator Enrile, it was Miss Gigi, Attorney Gigi, no?
Attorney Gigi.
Yeah. Or sometimes it was Jave. Yeah, Mr. Evangelista.
Mr. Evangelista.
In the office of Senator Estrada, it was Senator Estrada.
Senator Estrada himself?
Close ho naman kami.
Yes. So he will text you or call you if may SARO na, if may NCA na? Ganun, no?
Or there are also instances it was Pauline. Anyway, Pauline knows Ben-Hur quite well, so mag-uusap na lang sila.
So, but you know, you have to, at least you'll be interested to know also about these dates of releases of these documents, of this...
They're the ones that informs me about it.
Okay.
Let's say they make a listing. So, pag sinabi, we have X amount.
Mhm.
Okay, so I tell Ben-Hur, meron X amount. So, gagawa si Ben-Hur ng list kung saan ilalagay. Pagkatapos nun, mag-i-email na sila sa isa't isa. Diba? Mag-i-email na sila sa isa't isa kung saan, kung ano itatype sa listing. It doesn't go through me anymore because I have no naman personality. I don't know anybody in these implementing agencies. I don't know anybody in the DBM.
Okay.
So, ang trabaho ko lang ho is really between their office and the office of the senator.
So, but at which point do you get your commissions? At the start?
After everything.
After everything. So, pagka nabigay na yung final trans sa kanila, yung NCA, that's the only time you get the whole commission.
Yes, I get it. Sometimes, ina-advancean din niya ako ni Mrs. Napoles. But it's Mrs. Napoles who gives me my commission.
But you have a mental computation of how much you will get.
Hindi ho naman kasi nagkakasabay-sabay yung mga SARO. So, it's usually parang one at a time.
No, for example, one project is 50 million. So more or less, you know that you'll get 5% of that. That's 2.5 million. So if she advances 1 million, you know that you still have a 1.5 million balance.
I know it. I mean, I don't.
Yes,
Like,
for that particular transaction.
Yes.
So if the other transactions would come in, you'd know how much you will get in total. Am I correct?
Yes, but Mrs. Napoles has a bad habit of sometimes reneging from her commitment. As far as I am concerned. She never reneges as far as the senator is concerned kasi natatakot siya baka mawala yun. Pero sa akin, minsan sabi niya, and Ben-Hur knows that kesa nalugi siya. I don't know how siya nalulugi.
Okay. Ito na lang ho. I have other questions but I will yield in a while to the wisdom of Senator Miriam Defensor Santiago. But Mrs. Tuason, do you believe alam ni Senator Enrile yung mga transaksyon ninyo ni Attorney Gigi Reyes?
He never talked to me or even mentioned the word PDAF to me. So I can't really say
No.
yes.
Hindi pwede. Yun yung sinasabi ko sa witness protection. Hindi mo pwedeng tanggapin yung mga ganong statements
But that's the truth.
No, iba ho yung tanong ko sa inyo Do you believe alam ni Senator Enrile yung mga transaksyon na ginagawa ninyo with Attorney Gigi Reyes?
Siguro po. Dahil iba
The microphone, please.
Sa dami ho nito, siguro ho naman meron siyang inkling.
Inkling? So, yun ang sinasabi ko dito I admire your courage nga for coming out. Pero kulang ho andiyan dyan na ho kayo Andiyan dyan na do you actually believe kung inkling lang yan ibig sabihin si Attorney Gigi Reyes ang may power to do all these things without the knowledge of her principal?
She has a lot of power to do.
The mic, please.
Pero marami ho siyang power sa kanilang opisina. Maraming talaga siyang gumagawa.
Na hindi na malalaman ito ni Senator Enrile?
Kasi ina-authorize ho naman siya So siguro, inauthorize niya.
Na kumuha ng komisyon on his
hindi.
behalf.
Siya may authority letter ho naman siya na siya nakikialam ng PIDAF.
So, ano ang ibig sabihin nun? Alam po niya.
Siguro in full trust naman ho siya kay Attorney Chief.
So, ano ho yan? What kind of trust is that kasama ho dun sa pagkukuha ng komisyon na nabigay din ho ba yan? Na-delegate din yon? Yung...
I don't think my opinion is important.
Hindi, no. Ito ho, no? The whole public is watching. Tinitignan ho kayo kung sasabi kayo ng totoo, the whole truth, o kung nagpipigil kayo rito, meron kayong pinagtatakpan.
Wala
It doesn't help. Kaya nga ho, it's, hindi ho to, wala ho tayo sa korte. My question is highly subjective, opinion, highly, I'm asking for your opinion, personal opinion, pero kayo ho nagtatransact with with Attorney Gigi Reyes, and nakikita nyo minsan doon si Senator Enrile.
2 beses lang ho.
Yun nga ho. So, regardless, my question is, do you believe alam ni Senator Enrile yung mga transaksyon ninyo with Attorney Gigi Reyes and Janet Napoles?
Well, I can only presume.
You presume na alam niya?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So that's good enough. Well, anyway, Mr. Chairman, I reiterate my request for subpoena, for my motion to subpoena the other witnesses. Yeah.
Yes, those names we've already ordered. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and I'll...
Okay. Thank you, Senator Trillanes. We have a list of other senators who are listed to ask questions, namely Senator Bam Aquino, Senator Sani Angara, Senator Grace Poe, Senator Nancy Binay, and Senator J.B. Ejercito. But all of them have graciously yielded their turn to Senator Miriam Defensor Santiago. So, Senator Miriam Defensor Santiago, ma'am, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Senator Gingona. And may I please thank Senator Bam here to my left, and to my right, Senator Aquino, Senator Ejercito, and Senator Poe, who is already here, for giving way to me. They are implementing the adage, age before beauty. Mr. Chairman, I feel very lonely today because look at these vacant seats here, right in front of us. The Senate is composed of 24 senators. There are only 9 senators today. Why are they not here in one of the most significant hearings on the PDAF scam? The PDAF scam, possibly the worst financial scandal in Philippine politics in its entire history. Why are they not here? Did someone tell them or pay them not to appear here? Is that what a senator is supposed to do? I rose from my deathbed, from my sick bed. I think of it as my deathbed because I never rise there anymore. After this, I will have to stay in my sick bed for at least 2 days. In any event, Ms. Tuason, whom I have seen here, I will not pretend that I do not know you. I have always been casual friends with you. I will admit this to any person who asks, unlike Senator Enrile, who took all of 3 days to remember that he is your casual acquaintance. Para magkaibigan lang pala kayong casual acquaintance, sa itong araw niya pinag-isipan kung anong klase kang kaibigan niya. Ganon ang relasyon ni Senator Enrile dito sa hearing na ito. I have several points. I hope you forgive me if I speak very fast, but I hope you will not get nervous because if you are decided to tell the whole truth, then I am your friend. This first point. Napoles used code names for certain senators. Tanda for Enrile, Sexy for Estrada, Pogi for Revilla. Most recently, now we have come up with other code names. Dahon for Loren Legarda, Bigote for Vicente Soto,
Bonget for Senator Marcos. Question, are you familiar with these code names? Do you know other code names and what they stand for?
Beg your pardon, ma'am?
Are you familiar with these code names? Meron ka pang alam maliban sa tanda, sexy, pogi, dahon, bigote, bonget?
No, I know about the three because I saw that.
Yung iba?
No, I'm not.
Wala
aware.
nang iba? Maski dito sa reunion ninyo ni Ben Horloy, hindi kayo naggamit nitong mga code names na ito?
Hindi, we didn't get to talk about it. I don't know.
So wala ka nang may dagdag. Okay, next point. In 2009, when you celebrated your 60th birthday, one newspaper society columnist called you a high society doyen. Another reportedly described you as, quote, refined, well-heeled, with good social graces, a socialite and a fashion plate, unquote. I agree with all of these descriptions from what I have known of you. During your time, similar encomiums were paid to you by starstruck journalists. In your affidavit, which I have, page 7, in answer to question number 29, you said, the transaction was consummated to a certain Mr. Matranillo showing the delivery of the sum of 1.197 million to a house at 1564 Mahogany Street, Dasmariñas Village, Makati City. Question number 30 asks, being a resident of Dasmariñas Village, do you know who resides at number 1564 Mahogany Street, Dasmariñas Village, Makati City? You answered, Justa Tantoco.
Yes, ma'am.
Question, are there other socialites, whether living in Dasmariñas or Forbes or any of those enclaves of the rich, who are also involved in pork barrel transactions or other similar uses of government funds, and will you please name them? Hindi ka lang naman mag-isa eh. Si Justa Tantoco, isa na rin. O sino pa yung iba?
That was the residence of Justa Tantoco.
Right.
I wasn't very sure if she's an agent. I don't know.
Well,
When I was asked whose house was that, I know that house because I have been there several times for
Yes.
parties.
You know that that is her house. You know that Matranillo delivered money there. And this was after you had already told a story where you're going to have a first transaction with Senator Estrada, and then you're about to receive money, but he canceled the whole thing.
Yes.
Pagkatapos, nagpadala ng pera, doon sa address na ito, tinanong katuloy ng mga ahente, kaninong bahayan, kay Justa Tantoco. Eh kung yun pala ang relasyon ninyo, na hindi lang natuloy, di natural lang na mag-iisip ka na ganun din ang relasyon ng Justa Tantoco. Are you trying to clear, Ms. Tantoco?
No, I'm not. That it's in the affidavit of Ben-Hur. It was received by Pauline Labayen in the residence of
So it's
Justa.
natural only to presume that Mrs. Tantoco is engaged in the same business that you are. Oh.
I can only presume, pero wala ho akong proof.
Oh, you are a very intelligent witness. I've just proven it. Intelligent witness, by the way, is a term of art in law. Meaning to say, ang witness nakakaintindi. Eh, ganun ang negosyo mo. Hindi natuloy. Maya-maya, nalaman mo na yung pera pala eh, binigay doon sa kapitbahay mo sa Dasmariñas Village. At sinasabi mo ngayon na, hindi ka sigurado kung ganon ang negosyo niya o hindi. Basta deliver yung pera doon. You just want to stick to your literal answer. Isn't that so?
What I heard, it was Matranillo, but I don't know Matranillo personally.
All right.
What I heard from when
Well, I
it was
believe that point.
Matranillo. But
I think, Mrs. Tuason, you are trying to tread on as few toes as possible. You are walking on eggshells. That's why you are very, very strict about the way your answers should be interpreted. If that is the case, I will oblige you. Next point. I told you a copy of your affidavit, which contains many interesting details and specifies certain names. As a former trial judge, I'm struck by the fact that your adversaries have done nothing except to issue denials. Itong si Ms. Tuason, nagsasalita siya at binibigyan niya ang petsa, ang pangalan, ang address. Samantalang makalaban niya ngayon, nagalit sa kanya dahil magtestigo siya laban sa kanila. Wala nang ginawa kundi deny. Ngayon, ano bang sabi ng batas tungkol sa denial? As a law student and as a lawyer in the courtroom, I implemented the rule that a positive assertion, like your affidavit, is given more weight in law than a negative assertion, like the denial of your adversaries. For your education, please allow me to quote certain recent decisions of the Supreme Court para matapos na itong debate sa dyaryo na kung pakinggan mo lang, alam na alam nilang batas. Hindi ganon yun eh. Ito, ang sabi ng Korte Suprema, we have laws, but these laws are interpreted by the Supreme Court. The Court tells us what it means. Ngayon kung merong nagsasabing positive, nangyari yon. Mayroon nagsasabing, hindi nangyari yon. Ang sabi ng ating Korte Suprema, paniwalaan natin ang nagsasabi ng positive, hindi ng negative. Kasi kadali lang magsabing, hindi totoo yan. Said the Court, denial is an inherently weak defense and has always been viewed upon with disfavor by the courts due to the ease with which it can be concocted, as in this case. Verily, mere denial, unsubstantiated by clear and convincing evidence, is negative self-serving evidence which cannot be given greater evidentiary weight than the testimony of the complaining witness who testified on affirmative matters. People versus Monte Calvo, decided in 2013, only a few months ago. Next case, quote, both denial and alibi are inherently weak defenses which cannot prevail over the positive and credible testimonies of the prosecution witnesses that appellants committed the crime. Unless substantiated by clear and convincing proof, such defense is negative, self-serving, and undeserving of any weight in law. People v. Nelmida, 2012. One more case, because there's an entire line of cases like this. Under the evidentiary rules, a positive assertion is generally entitled to more weight than a plain denial. Career Philippines, 2012. Denial, like, this is my favorite. Denial, like alibi, as an exonerating justification, is inherently weak and, if uncorroborated, regresses to blatant impotence. Blatant impotence. Impotent na, blatant pa. Lalo na kung matanda na. Thus, Ms. Witness, I humbly urge you to be as specific and detailed as possible in your replies to me, because such details are badges of truth-telling. If you do so, your adversaries will be revealed as blatantly impotent. Kaya, kung minsan, please excuse the manner in which I will ask you questions since we are old friends. I do not mean to be rude to you. I'm just carried away by my passion for the point that I'm trying to make. Next point. Mrs. Tuason, please forgive me, but I have to educate you first. There are two kinds of evidence in law. One is called direct evidence, the other is called indirect evidence. Direct evidence is sometimes also called eyewitness evidence. That is to say, what the witness saw with their five, or perceived with their five senses, without calling for any presumption or any inference. Indirect evidence is sometimes also called circumstantial evidence. And this kind of evidence is based on inference or presumption. You see, you're always answering, I presume so. That will become indirect or circumstantial. That's why I keep on insisting, will you please say outright? Because it's like this. You are presenting direct evidence. You're an eyewitness. Is there anything wrong with your five senses? Eye, ears, nose, and touch? No. You are in full possession of your five senses. This is important because the rules of court defines a witness as any person who can perceive with her five senses. And perceiving can make known her perception to others. So you're a perfect witness. You're a competent witness. You're an intelligent witness. In your affidavit, page 8, you said in answer to question number 33, quote, I personally, I cannot emphasize this enough, I personally delivered all the shares of Senator Jinggoy Estrada for the above-mentioned transactions in Green Hills, San Juan, or in his office in the Senate. When you meant personally, that means you yourself. Isn't that so?
Yes, ma'am.
And when you say personally, do you mean that you delivered it to Senator Estrada himself, or he was just in the vicinity?
No, to him himself.
To him himself. And there's nothing wrong with your eyes or your sense of touch, right?
Right.
You're not half blind. You can recognize Senator Estrada.
Yes, ma'am.
And of course, you know when you yourself are doing it because you're not yet suffering from dementia, unlike other old people I know. Yes. So, this is categorical eyewitness evidence. Eyewitness evidence does not always need corroboration for the instruction of those who have been discussing the law as if they know it. You're an eyewitness. That is, in the words of the Secretary of Justice, slam dunk evidence. Or, in my own words, that is bullseye. Dahil nakita mo mismo eh. Meron bang takip doon si Senator Estrada? Did she go around with a mask?
No, ma'am.
Wala. Was there a curtain, a plastic curtain, no matter how thin or how translucent or how transparent between you and him? Kaya kitang-kita mo siya, hindi ba? Huling-huli siya.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, yon. Ano pang kailangan natin dito? Kailangan patayin yan si Mrs. Tuason, but her testimony will remain in the records, and that is under oath. Kaya, in effect, you have said many times in your opening statement today and in your statement to the press upon arrival in Manila, you said, I'm prepared to give up my life. Since you are testifying in fear of death, what you are saying to us now may be considered dying declaration. Ngayon, sino sa tingin mo ang panganib sa iyong buhay? Dahil sa magte-testify ka, marami ka nang sinabi dito eh. Nanganib ako sa buhay ko, pero magtestigo ako. Tapos tinanong ka, sino kaya itong mga taong ito na kinatatakutan mo? Kamo, yung mga nababanggit ko. Nabanggit mo Senator Enrile, hindi ba? O delikado pa lang buhay mo sa kanya. O, si Senator Estrada din. Alright, thank you. Question, did you personally deliver the money to Senator? Well, no. Let me go on to the next point. In your affidavit, page 10, you said in answer to question number 41, quote, I personally received the share of Senator Juan Ponce Enrile from Janet Napoles and personally gave it to Attorney Gigi Reyes, who in turn picked up personally in my house or in a restaurant where we both agreed to meet. Question, when you met Attorney Gigi Reyes as the bug woman of Senator Enrile, was there anything wrong with your five senses? Were you suffering, for example, from an eye infection, or were you wearing the wrong glasses? Were you wearing sunglasses so that they would intrude into your sense of vision?
No, ma'am.
No. Your vision was clear.
Yes.
And you saw Attorney Gigi Reyes, not virtually, but in reality, standing before you.
Yes, ma'am.
And then, according to your affidavit, paminsan-minsan, sinusundo siya ni Senator Enrile. No? Or sometimes you would say for a coffee. Bakit niya sunduin ang chief of staff niya? Di ibig sabihin, asawa niya o kerida niya. Hindi ba? Bakit mo sunduin ang chief of staff mo? Ang chief of staff mo, utusan mo. As senator, you say, go there, come here, bring me this thing. I don't go and pick up my chief of staff wherever it is that I assign her on official business. And it would be strange. People would suspect a relationship between me and my chief of staff. So why is this man, who is already 90 years old, picking up somebody who is young enough to be his daughter? I would like to know. Well, I will only be asking you for your opinion, so we'll just skip that question. But, I want to know, kunwari wala siya doon pag nagbigayan kayo ng pera. Kung minsan binibigay mo kay Attorney Reyes, kung minsan si Attorney Reyes nagbibigay sa iyo, no? Oh.
Hindi siya nagbibigay sa akin, si Attorney Reyes.
I'm sorry?
You said si Attorney Reyes ang nagbibigay sa iyo. She doesn't give me.
She doesn't. You yourself.
I'm the one that gives
I stand
to her.
corrected. I'm sorry. Ngayon, pagkatapos niyan, kung minsan sa restaurant kayo, no? Kung minsan nasa bahay kayo, doon sa Yakan Street, malapit sa bahay ko yan eh.
Yakan?
Yes.
Hindi yung bahay ko ho siya pupunta.
Sa bahay mo.
Pick up.
Okay. I was only going to say that Attorney Gigi Reyes lives in number 2 Yakan Street, La Vista, Quezon City. I live in 6 Bagobo Street, La Vista, Quezon City, but those two streets are parallel to each other. And my guards are in the habit of saying, the Enrile house, when they point to that direction. I was shocked when I heard them talking like that. I can call any of them at any time. Well, anyway. Ngayon, pero merong isang incident na nasa ikainan kayo, no? And you talk business, perhaps money exchange hands, and then Senator Enrile would come and join you for a cup of coffee. Or sometimes you said he would pick up Attorney Gigi Reyes. That's in your affidavit. Am I quoting you correctly?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. Ngayon, pag pumunta siya na matapos ng usapan ninyo ni Gigi Reyes, may komentaryo ba siya tungkol sa pera?
Si Senator po?
Oo.
Wala ko naman.
Wala. Basta darating siya, inom siya ng kape.
Dadaalis siya. Minsan,
Oo.
kasama niya si attorney.
Nagpapanggap-panggapan siya na wala siyang pakialam doon sa pinag-usapan ninyo. No? Kasi, wala kang nakikita na overt act niya.
Wala po.
Wala. Ngayon, I want you to know na kung wala siyang kibo, that still is incriminatory because under the Civil Code of the Philippines, silence means consent. Alam niya kung anong pinag-uusapan niyo, ba't niya susunduin doon? Kung ikaw boyfriend, hindi ka ba magtatanong? Anong gagawin mo doon? Sunduin kita mamayang ganito. Sinong kausap mo doon? Di ba ganon yun? That's only natural. People who are facing Valentine's Day know that that is the SOP. Oh, sabihin mo lang na, magkita na lang tayo mamaya. Hindi na magtatanong sinong kausap mo, tungkol sa anong usapan ninyo. Lalo na kung malapit kayo sa isa't isa in an emotional way. Kaya, I can understand if you will not commit to a specific statement about the implication of the fact that Senator Enrile used to go to where you were having an appointment with his chief of staff and then just drink coffee without saying anything about your prior conversation, or just go there to pick up his chief of staff. I can understand that. So, just to lift this burden off your chest, just answer me one question. Kakilala mo ba si Alice Eduardo? Alice Eduardo. Negosyante yan.
Yeah, I met her.
Yeah, pareho kayong negosyante, hindi ho ba?
She lives a block away from me, I think.
Alright. Ngayon itong Alice Eduardo na ito is the subject of a running series of articles against wrongdoing and illegality in CESA, which was, CESA stands for Cagayan Free Port, which was created by then Representative Juan Ponce Enrile when he was still a member of the House of Representatives. The reporter, Hilka Bakungan of Inquirer, is trying to show that there are interlocking directorships between the corporation of Alice Eduardo and a corporation where the mother, the brothers, etc. of Gigi Reyes are members of the board. Ngayon, kung gano'n yun, ito palang Alice Eduardo na ito, may relasyon pala ito kay Enrile. Dahil where Gigi Reyes is, can Enrile be far behind? Kaya intindi ko kung ayaw mong igiit o sabihin categorically, despite my plea to you to submit as detailed a statement as you can make, because that is, as I said, a badge of truth-telling. Ayaw mo isangkot itong si Alice Eduardo dahil mamaya lalabas na meron pala siyang relasyon kay Enrile at kay Gigi Reyes. Oh. Kung gusto magdebate tayo, pero I doubt it very much. Next point. There are two ways by which a person can become a state witness. Para maintindihan ng tagapakinig sa atin. Kasi kung ano ng mga pinagsasabing na inis talaga kung basahin sa dyaryo eh. Para bang alam nilang batas. Hindi nag-aral ng batas, hindi nag-practice ng batas, pero ang dami nilang alam tungkol sa batas. May balak pa na lekturan ang mga abogado. Ay, susta. This is going to be the empire of the apes. Kung hindi mo supuin ito. Ngayon, there are two ways to become a state witness. One is, you have been arraigned, meaning to say plead guilty or not guilty, and the court has attained jurisdiction over you, and in fact, the trial is already going on. The prosecution, as in the natural order of events, is already presenting evidence, but before the prosecution rests its case so that the defense can start presenting its case, then at that point, the prosecution is allowed, under the rules of court, to discharge one of the accused so that the accused will turn state witness. State witness means a person will no longer have any criminal liability. In fact, he will no longer be included among those who are charged or accused. And what is more, in exchange, he has to tell the whole truth Not only the truth, but the whole truth. And nothing but the truth. No falsities or lies incorporated in the gist of what he is saying. Those are the requirements for a state witness. So there are two methods there. Number one, by discharge, when the trial is already pending, because the court has to exercise its jurisdiction. It has already achieved its jurisdiction. And the second way is by acceptance into the Witness Protection Program. Kaya dalawang bahagi yon, or dalawang parte yon. What has happened to you, Mrs. Tuason, is this. Apparently, from what I read in the newspapers, you applied for admission to the Witness Protection Program with the Department of Justice. The Justice Secretary admitted you into the program, presumably by giving you a certificate of admission to the program. Then you go to the Ombudsman and you present the certificate of admission to the witness program. The Ombudsman, under jurisprudence, has to give full faith and credit to your certificate of admission. Because, basically, the function of selecting who can be state witness is executive, not judicial. But, under our law, it is only the court, the Sandigan Bayan, that can approve with finality the recommendation to be a state witness. So, Mrs. Tuason, despite your admission to the program by the Secretary of Justice, despite your reception given to you by the Ombudsman, still, the ultimate power will be the Sandigan Bayan. And by the way, there's no such thing as a provisional state witness. You're only an applicant, but you're an applicant apparently in good standing. The people you dealt with, the Secretary of Justice, the Ombudsman, apparently receive you with welcome because, as I shall point out later, the function of the philosophy of the law is to encourage state witnesses. So, maski ano pang paglait mo sa taong mag-state witness, under the law, and we live only under the rule of law, the law encourages you, welcomes you to become a state witness because that is the only way we can get at the truth. Ngayon, in my personal humble view, you fit all the requirements for a state witness. There are 5 requirements. Number 1, there's an absolute necessity for your direct evidence. Number 2, there is no other direct evidence, only yours. Number 3, your testimony can be substantially corroborated in its material point. There, all your neighbors have already executed affidavits which in effect corroborate what you have said in your own affidavit. 4, you are not the most guilty, not by any means. If you are guilty, it is only because of the frailties of human nature, but you are not the most guilty here. And finally, as far as I know, you have not been offended, you have not been convicted of any crime involving an offense concerning moral turpitude. So, you're a perfect state witness. And as a result, because you have promised to tell all, you entered into a conspiracy to defraud the government of money. You have promised to tell all. There's nobody else we can turn to. No one will say anything. The law says, then let her be. Protect her. Don't say anything more against her. She's the only way you can arrive at the truth. All of our proceedings here in the Senate, there in the Department of Justice, there in the Ombudsman, there in the Sandigan Bayan, all of our proceedings are meant to elicit the truth. The public must remember that. The rules of court defines itself as the rules for the ascertainment of truth. Kaya importante talaga makuha natin ang katotohanan dito. Of course, like any possible state witness, you have been subjected either to praise on one hand, like I'm doing right now, or to blame on the other hand by those who are pretending to be bitter that you are going to give away their secrets. So your adversaries, Senator Enrile and Senator Estrada, claim in effect that your testimony will be biased, self-serving, and will reflect coaching by the NBI. Yun ang sasabi nila ngayon. Question, did the NBI or any other person tell you what to say or otherwise to lie?
No, ma'am.
Please repeat for the record.
No, ma'am.
No.
You didn't coach me.
NBI did not coach me. NBI did not tell me to lie. NBI told you to what?
Tell the truth.
Tell the truth. So, following your categorical answer, I repeat, the fact is that the law not only allows, but in fact encourages you to become a state witness. Iyon ang gusto ng ating batas. I quote from the very new 2013 case of Ampatuan Jr. versus Secretary of Justice. Quote, these modes are intended to encourage a person who has witnessed a crime or has knowledge of its commission to come forward and testify in court or a quasi-judicial body or before an investigating authority by protecting him from reprisals and shielding him from economic dislocation. Kaya let's be clear about this. The law, and only the law matters in these proceedings, not politics, not emotion, not name-calling, not mudslinging. The law says we encourage accused. So, consonant with the injunction by the Supreme Court, I humbly encourage you to tell all you know about any and all PDAF transactions at this hearing, because that will help all of us to arrive at what is the truth. Next point. From your affidavit, I gather that it was Mrs. Napoles who requested you to introduce her to Senator Enrile and Senator Estrada. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. Question 1. Why did not Napoles ask you to introduce her to the rest of the 24 senators? Because you presumably know every one of us since you were formerly Social Secretary in Malacanang. Bakit niya pinili itong dalawang ito?
Pinili niya ho si Senator Estrada kasi anak siya nung dati kong boss sa Malacanang. Alam niyang kakilala ko si
Kakilala mo na dati. Okay? What about kay Senator Enrile?
Senator Enrile, dahil
anong rason niya?
maybe I mentioned to her I was close to Gigi. I'm not sure. I probably did.
Mm-hmm. So, dalawa lang. Nilimit lang niya?
No, I said those are the only two that I'm quite close to.
Alright. Pero, nang kinausap ka niya, kung pwedeng kausapin mang senador, dalawa lang bang binanggit niya o meron pa siyang ibang binanggit?
Wala naman siyang binanggit.
Wala na rin. Bakit ang Mrs. Napoles na ito, namimili No. Diba? Nagdi-discriminate. So, maski dalawa lang binanggit niya, hindi ka ba kusa nagsabing, lapitan na rin natin itong si A, si B, si C. No?
Hindi ho.
No.
Hindi ko naman sila ganun kakilala.
Oo. Alright. Let me go to the next point. Basta, tinarget lang talaga ni Napoles, si Enrile at si Estrada. Wala nang iba pa. At kung ano man ang rason niya, bakit niya tinarget ito? Kasi natural kung lalapit ka sa tao, kung hindi ka niya kakilalang mabuti, malamang sa mabibigo ka lang. You'll either be refused an appointment or you can be received but given the cold treatment. Di ba? Kung di mo kakilala, nagpapakilala ka dahil meron ka ng antimanong intuition gathered from several facts in the past that this person will be welcome, will be conducive to a friendship or will present you a welcome with respect to your proposal. Hindi ba ganon? Kaya ngayon, dahil wala dito si Mrs. Napoles, kailangan mag-surmise na lang tayo, bakit pinili ni Napoles itong si Enrile at si Estrada? Ano ang gayuman nila? Na sila lang ang pinili niya. Sa negosyong ito, kakilala na kaya sila? Ngayon, next point. Under the rules of court, when a witness testifies, his testimony should be corroborated by another witness. Hindi naman ulit meron kang testigo tapos ng kaso. Hanggat sa maaari, merong nagko-corroborate sa kanya, isa, dalawa. Pero hindi naman sa paramihan ng testigo. No, because the Supreme Court has taught us witnesses must be weighed. Tingnan mo kung anong bigat ng sinasabi niya, not numbered. Hindi lang sa bilang nila. Ngayon. That is the general rule. A witness must be corroborated by another witness. But there is an exception, and I have to read from the 2010 case of People v. Anabe. You'll notice I'm always reading all these latest cases because in law, the latest case has the greater weight. Yung nauna ng desisyon, mahina na yon. Yung pinakabagong desisyon, yon ang talagang batas dyan. Ngayon, sabi ng Korte Suprema, quote, the uncorroborated testimony of a state witness may be sufficient when it is shown to be sincere in itself, because it is given unhesitatingly and in a straightforward manner, and full of details which, by their nature, would not have been the result of deliberate afterthought. This exception, however, applies only if the state witness is an eyewitness, since the testimony would then be direct evidence. Kaya, hindi ka lang eyewitness, direct pa ang evidence mo. Kaya hindi ka na kailangan i-corroborate. Kasi ikaw mismo ang nakakita eh. Since you are an eyewitness and your testimony is direct evidence, there is no need for corroboration, actually. However, prior to the appearance in your affidavit, many other whistleblowers already executed affidavits which serve to corroborate your testimony. Who are these other witnesses who serve to corroborate your affidavit? They're seated beside you. This is a rhetorical question. Who are they? Sino makakorroborate ng mga pinagsasabi ninyo? Ayan.
Si Ben-Hur po.
And who else?
Miss Napoles.
Is there anybody else?
Marina ba yun? Marina Sula.
Mm-hmm. And others that you cannot immediately name.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Next point. In your affidavit, page 3, in answer to question 9, you said that upon learning of the NBI and DOJ investigations, quote, out of fear for my personal safety, I immediately left the Philippines for the United States of America. By now, you already know that another person interested in this pork barrel scam, Attorney Gigi Reyes, former Chief of Staff of Senator Enrile, in addition to the other roles that he played in his life, also left the Philippines and until now has not been located. Question. While you were abroad or at any time after the pork barrel scam was reported in the media, have you been in touch with Attorney Reyes?
No, I was never in touch with her.
In your affidavit, page 5, in answer to question number 20, you said that you already knew Senator Enrile because you were godparents at a wedding. And you said, quote, his chief of staff, Attorney Gigi Reyes, comma, and I were friends before I even met Mrs. Napoles.
Yes, ma'am.
Question. If it is true that Attorney Reyes and you were friends way back, why is it that in your affidavit, page 9, in answer to question numbers 38 and 39, you said, quote, at first, Attorney Gigi Reyes refused to see your client, Janet Napoles, but agreed to course the release of Senator Juan Ponce's Enrile's PDAF, etc.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, bakit siya nagtanggi muna? Tapos,
ayaw niya humakilala si Mrs. Napoles.
Oo. Kaya, ano ngayon nagpapalit ng isip niya?
Actually, when I approached her again, if she could meet with Mrs. Napoles, that was the time that there was a Senate hearing on Joc Volante.
Right.
And she was afraid that I think she was going to be called or she was going to be summoned, something like that. And she didn't stop bugging me until I could introduce her. And that's the time.
Siya na ngayon ang naghingi na introduce siya doon kay Napoles.
Si Napoles ang mapilit na gusto niya makausap. Si Attorney Gigi
Hinahabol
Reyes.
niya talaga si Gigi Reyes.
Para ma-explain daw yung side niya.
Ah, okay. Let me refer to your affidavit. Question number 46, quote, from the accounting records and statements of Ben-Hur Lui, it seemed that after I introduced Attorney Gigi Reyes to Janet Napoles, they started directly transacting for the PDAF of Senator Enrile. Question, does this mean that you are cut out of the deal because Attorney Reyes and Ms. Napoles seem to have excluded you from the chain of parties involved in the transaction? You were cut out.
I was not included anymore.
I'm sorry?
They went direct.
All right. So they cut you out, no? So you're deprived of your commission of 1.5%.
Ma'am, it wasn't 1.5. It was more like 5, sometimes less. But It was not fixed at 1.5.
Well, whatever the commission was, 5% or less. You're cut out of that.
Yes.
They were no longer willing to pay you. To whom did this commission go? To Attorney Reyes or to Janet Napoles or somewhere else?
When it was no longer me,
Right.
I don't know. Maybe it went all to her, probably. I don't know. Because when I asked Mrs. Napolos,
ano?
kung tinanong ko siya kung nagdidirect sila, hindi man niya inamin.
Yeah. Money is so Quicksilver. In the same vein, you said in your affidavit, page 7, in answer to question number 29, quote, do you have any information if the aforesaid 37 million PDAF still continued or pushed through? You answered that certain Matranillo delivered 11.970 million to Statantoko, who, like you, lives in Dasmariñas village. In your affidavit, in answer to question number 37, you answered, quote, Estrada appeared to have directly dealt with Janet Napoles because money intended for delivery to him were since then received by Secretary Ms. Pauline Labayan and no longer me. Question, does this mean that, like the case of the Napoles-Reyes transaction, you were similarly cut out of the deal because Ranillo and Labayan took your place? Ganon din.
The information that it was maternal and all that, it's when I saw, when we received the subpoena, meron kaming kopya ng affidavit ni Ben-Hur. Nakalagay naman doon, they delivered money received by Pauline Labayan in a house in Mahogany Street.
So, delikado palang hanap buhay na magiging middle woman ka. Kasi itong dalawang parties na ito, kung minsan, they decide to cut you out, no? Sila na lang dalawa.
Ganon si Mrs. Napoles, when she can just take out the middle person, diretso na siya.
Ngayon, I know you already answered this question, no? You are able to gain entrance carrying money to the office of Senator Estrada because he would send his driver and his security guard so that you could avail of the extraordinary privilege given only and exclusively to senators to pass by the side entrance where you are not subjected to search, no? Yes, that was taken up earlier. And I just want to know about the manner in which you carry the money. You said you carry it in bags. What do you mean, a handbag, a plastic bag, or a paper
Depends
bag?
on the amount, ma'am. It could be a small duffel bag or
A duffel bag.
Duffel bag, or one time it was a hand carry bag.
So, walang kwenta itong aming gwardya dito. Dahil kung ipa-escort pala namin, baka bombang laman yun, dire-diretso. Magiging ganon yun, no? That's food for thought. Ngayon, alam mo na pera yon. Did anyone ever try, notwithstanding that you were using the exclusive side entrance reserved only for senators, did anyone ever try to open your bag that carried the money?
No, ma'am. The only time they open bags, and they don't really open, is when you go to the main entrance. I have that X-ray machine, that metal detector, doon. But they don't really open because your bag passes through an X-ray.
Yes. But here you are using the senator's entrance.
No, nobody ever bothered.
Nobody ever bothered. Mr. Chair, at this point, may I please request this committee to investigate who is the security agency that is under contract with the Senate. These people are not doing their job. One last question about just this point. According to Senator Estrada, you are not carrying money to him, but pansit. Bakit pansit bang favorite food niya?
I bring him sandwiches, actually, assorted sandwiches. Sometimes he calls me, dala ka naman merienda, and I would, no? But when I would bring food, I always pass to the main. I don't need to pass to the side.
All right.
Kasi hindi naman problema yun eh.
And of course, you're highly educated. Where did you graduate elementary?
From kinder to college, I went to St. Paul's, Manila.
St. Paul's. What did you finish in college?
I didn't finish. I reached up to third year college.
But you were taking?
First, I was trying to finish engineering in another school. And then I went back to St. Paul's for commerce.
All right. At least you're college educated, isn't that so? So we can safely presume that a college educated person with all her 5 senses working at optimum will know the difference between money or peso bills and pansit. Isn't that so?
Yes, ma'am.
O, wala tayong problema doon, ano? Ngayon, ito na lang. Tapusin ko na ito. Bago kayo ho umalis para sa Amerika, may alitan ba kayo ni Senator Enrile or separately kay Senator Estrada? Nagkagalit ba kayo dahil dati kayong magkasama sa transaksyon? Meron ba kayong hindi
I did not get upset or anything that I was cut out of the deal. It was fine
Right.
with me.
So wala kang rason na gantihan mo sila dahil
Wala.
wala ka namang galit sa kanila.
Wala.
Ngayon, sinabi ni Senator Estrada, galit ka raw sa kanya dahil nagingi ka ng pera at hindi kanya binigyan.
That's not true.
What is the truth?
The truth is, he called me.
He called you.
Yes, he called me. And then, yes, I asked him, anong may tutulong mo sa akin?
Right.
I just wanted to see what
Which
his
is only
answer.
natural.
Yeah. Sabi niya, wala.
Wala siyang maitulong.
Wala daw siya may tutulong. So, medyo shocked ako. In fact, tapos tumawag pa
So,
siya.
in effect, he left you hanging in the wind.
Yes,
You're
I would say
hanging.
that.
Right. So, on your part, you harbored no ill feelings when you decided, you harbored no ill feelings against Senator Enrile, Senator Estrada, notwithstanding that they cut you out of their respective deals, until after you decided to become a state witness, no?
Yeah, ma'am, matagal na, ilang taon na din kami na walang transaction. But I was still close to them. It didn't really upset me or anything like that. Because they've always denied it anyway. Even if I already knew, they never admitted to me. They were already transacting directly.
Oh. So, it is the modus operandi of these personalities that even if you have stared reality in the face, if you come back to them and confront them with it, they'll just stonewall it. Pakapalan na lang ng mukha. Ganon ho ba yun?
Well,
Pwede nating masabing ganon.
yes, ma'am.
Ayun. Stonewalling, ha? Ngayon, last question. One of the news items said that when you came to Manila from San Francisco, he had the impression, in my own words, that you're a classy woman, which is my own impression. You have class. And that you traveled on business class. Who paid for your business
I
class?
did.
You did.
They did pay for my fare. I had to pay for my fare.
Kaya ganun ka klaseng tao na kaya mo bumili ng business class ticket.
Yes, ma'am.
At hindi mo kailangan na mag-imbento ng kung ano pang salita tungkol sa tao kung hindi rin lang totoo dahil may sarili kang kaya mo eh.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. I think you have helped me considerably in our search for the truth. Thank you, Senator Gingona.
Thank you, Senator Santiago. Okay. The next senator is Senator Bam Aquino. Senator Aquino.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to finish my line of questioning. I wasn't able to ask Ms. Tuason some of my questions. Palagay ko po si Senator Gingona talked about the facts already. Senator Miriam talked about the legal side of matters already. So I'd just like to ask, this is something that hasn't really been asked yet, no? In the papers, Ms. Tuason, there's been reference to your family talking to you about turning state witness or confessing the truth. I'd like to learn more about that. And maybe if you can share with us what really caused the change of heart. Because my understanding is you already left, no? Malaya, I mean, you were already in the States. You didn't need to come back. And you did this on your own volition. So gusto kong malaman, ano ba yung nag-trigger ng change of heart po sa inyo kaya ngayon po ay nagtetestigo kayo?
Well, I was there since I was only there with one of my sons. I was most of the time also left by myself most of the time. And there was a church I found that was open 24 hours a day. And I just found myself going there every day. Kasi talagang iyak na lang ako na iyak. Parang iyak ako sa sarili ko, hindi ko makapaniwala for what I did. I felt so guilty, actually. I felt so guilty. And then my grandchildren would always call me Skype. And when they called me, they always ask me, when are you coming home? Okay? After a while of talking to them, and I was really missing them, and I was feeling so guilty, I really actually even felt like I was Judas Iscariot. I said, this was what Judas Iscariot must have felt with what he did, no? So, sabi ko, hindi ko yata kaya na to, ituloy pa ng ganito. I would like to do something. I don't want to die with 80 million Filipinos hating me. I don't want to die with my grandchildren being ashamed of me. So I felt I have to do something and I have to correct my mistake and I cannot possibly right a wrong with another wrong. So and after that I had also talked when Jingo had called me and I said, ano, may matutulong ka ba sa akin? Tapos sabi naman, matutulong ko sa'yo? Wala. So parang, ano ba to? Bakit ganon, di ba? At least, I have never been sued like this. I have no experience of having to go to court. Much so pa, plunder, keso non-bailable, mga ganon. So, I made a decision. My lawyer explained to me the pros and cons of this. I knew that it's a big risk. It is not sure that I would be accepted in. But also, I wanted to be sure that if I were to die, assassinated, or of natural causes, at least I can meet my maker, that I have asked for forgiveness, and as I said, I would return money to the government.
Ms. Tuason, thank you for your candidness. Ngayon po ba humihingi kayo ng forgiveness sa taong bayan? Ito ba yung intention ninyo na humingi rin ng patawad sa taong bayan sa mga nagawa ho ninyo?
Yes.
That is part of the reason why you are here, right?
Yes. I really want, when I was in the States, and all this, and then the Yolanda happened. I have TFC kasi, no, in the States. And I saw all this devastation. Mas lalo akong na-guilty. Not that little money, it's not little, it's a lot of money. Not that money would have made a difference for such a big devastation. Pero, when I saw that, lalo akong nanghina. Na sabi ko, I have to do something about. Hingi nga ako, araw-araw ako nasa simbahan, humihingi ako ng tawad sa ginawa ko. Pero hindi naman pwedeng lip service lahat. I think I have to do something, sacrifice something, to be able to feel better and my conscience will get clear.
Thank you, Mr. Tuason. Mr. Chairman, I'm okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Aquino. The next one will be Senator Sunny Angara.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Magandang tanghali po sa ating lahat. Mrs. Tuason, it took courage to do what you did. It's a difficult decision. I hope you remain strong and in your testimony. And some have remarked that you might change your story later on. But as you said, you're relying on your faith. So I hope you stay strong in that. No? You said you're willing to return yung 40 million na nakuha niyo po as commissions. Is that in cash ho ba yun? Or in the form of properties? Or?
No, I will have to liquidate. I am not liquid. I'll have to liquidate something to be able to raise the money.
Talagang sakripisyo because you have to sell your properties.
Yes.
Would you have to sell your family home?
I only have one asset, which is my house.
So you'll have to
I'll
sell
have to sell my house.
So that's really a sacrifice on your part. No?
It's a very small price to pay.
Actually, most of my questions, Mr. Chairman, are for the DOJ. Can I ask one of the DOJ representatives to come up, please? Si either ASEC or si Attorney Menyas na lang, kung sinong pwede. Attorney Menyas, could you detail para sa ating kaalaman, ano yung steps na tinake ng DOJ to get Mrs. Tuason to... We know more or less that Secretary De Lima said na nagpadala siya ng team, I think bandang October or November, tama ho ba?
Your Honor, I'm not privy to the initial talks with Ms. Ruby Tuason. My participation was just to fetch her when the agreement was more or less finalized.
I see. Anong were you privy to the AMLA actions?
I'm sorry, Your Honor, I'm not privy
Hindi.
to that.
Sino sa DOJ aside from Secretary or privy dyan? Kasi ang concern naman natin, which I raised at the very first meeting ng komite, yung recovery, anong makukuha ng Estado, ng taong bayan dito. And meron tayong mga batas dyan, yung forfeiture law, yung AMLA, yung anti-money laundering. So, I'm concerned na nagagamit yung mga sandata na nasa ilalim ng batas. So, si ASEC, would he know?
Good afternoon, sir. I think on that issue that is being handled and assigned to Undersecretary Justiniano is the one insert or assigned by the Secretary on the
Andito ho sa?
BDAP issue. I'm afraid he's not around.
But you've, aside from Mrs. Tuason, you've also reached out to other witnesses sa DOJ, and you've taken steps na yung mga properties na maaring illegally acquired or acquired dito sa proceeds from the crime, so to speak, and nag-take na kayo ng mga steps na ma-secure siya. Kasi meron tayong mga paraan under the anti-money laundering, hindi ba?
Your Honor, insofar as the other witnesses are concerned, as mentioned by the Secretary a while ago, we cannot confirm whether there are upcoming witnesses yet. Insofar as the protection of the present witnesses, particularly Ms. Ruby Tuason, we're doing everything to secure her. But insofar as the AMLAC matters, Your Honor, I'm sorry, I'm not privy to that.
Sige, I'll just proceed na lang dun sa witness protection since yun I remember you testified sa whistleblowers bill na hearings, no?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yeah, so yung concern ko nga yung dito naman sa whistleblowers, ano yung protection natin sa mga pamilya nila? Meron ba tayong protective measures for? Kasi kung hindi nila, kung yung mga akusado dito, for example, they may be powerful, may access sila to guns, ano yung protection natin kung hindi nila mahabol yung mga whistleblowers mismo? Ano yung protection natin sa mga pamilya nila?
Under the law, Your Honor, the members of the family up to the second degree of consanguinity or affinity are entitled to security protection.
Okay. So children and affinity and consanguinity.
Yes, Your Honor.
Pati yung okay. Pati mga apo.
Yes, Your Honor.
I see. Okay. So that's good. That's good. So paano naman dahil sinabi niyo provisional admission lang 'yan. Kailan magiging permanente 'yan or
the provisional admission, Your Honor, will be converted to regular admission as soon as the Ombudsman issues that certificate of materiality.
okay. May period ba sa ilalim ng batas to issue the certificate of materiality?
Wala po.
So,
But we expect, of course, the Ombudsman to issue this as soon as they complete their investigation.
yes, thank you. Sige, patuloy niya lang ho yung ginagawa ninyo dyan to protect those who came forward at risk and nilagay nila yung kanilang mga pamilya at sarili nila at risk, no? So, is there anyone sa DOJ who would know about yung recovery, yung asset recovery natin? Ano yung scope ng freeze orders? How many accounts were frozen? May properties ba na nasama? May requests ba tayo kung may properties overseas?
Again, good afternoon again, sir. I am not enough privy as to the details. What I know is that the Secretary is closely coordinating with the representative of the Anti-Money Laundering Council.
Asek, the chairman has asked me to ask you to identify yourself for the record kasi wala pa tayong...
I'm sorry,
Yes, it's okay.
Mr.
It's okay.
Chairman.
Yeah.
I am Sabidin Aziz, an Assistant Secretary for Legislative Affairs.
Sige, proceed ho.
Well, as I've mentioned, I am not privy to the details, but what I know is that the Department of Justice is closely coordinating with the representative of the Anti-Money Laundering Council, as well as the OSG, with respect to the recovery of the subject properties.
Mr. Chairman, insofar as it will not prejudice the cases, may we just know what preventive actions were taken under the law para ma-recover yung mga ill-gotten o ninakaw na mga properties, Mr. Chairman. I'll reiterate my request, Mr. Chairman. It's that may we ask kasi yung mga representante o kinatawan ng DOJ dito, pag-alis ni Secretary De Lima, hindi nila alam yung mga kilos sa ilalim ng anti-money laundering. So next time, maybe magpadala sila ng USEC or even if they can submit a confidential report to the committee na para makita natin na ginagamit ng husto yung batas, yung sandata ng batas like yung request for freeze order, yung request to foreign countries na imbestigahin yung mga maaring accounts na ill-gotten, yung mga lupain, yung mga condominiums, na gano'n. Meron tayong mga ganong klaseng action na pwedeng gawin.
Yes, maybe we can request a briefing from the AMLAC. But under the constraints of the rules of confidentiality, maybe we'll make it an executive
Yeah,
session.
let's make it. That's all right with me, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the. I would imagine there are some constraints there. So, para kay Mrs. Tuason, sa tingin niyo ho, magagawa itong marami hong nabulaga dito sa Napoles sa PDAF scam. Kung gaano kalaki at gaano ka brazen o garapal yung pagbulsa ng kaban ng bayan. Even long-time politicians were surprised. Wow, grabe pala to. Ang publiko na nabulaga talaga. So in your opinion ho, magagawa ba ito kung walang kakontsaba sa gobyerno? You said hindi mo kilala yung mga nasa implementing agencies, hindi mo rin kilala yung sa DBM. Pero ang dating ho sa amin is meron talagang short of a conspiracy, merong pag-uusap at talagang may assets sa loob eh. So, magaganap ba ito kung wala yung mga yung...
I don't think so. And besides, si Jenny, she has a very bad habit of name drop. And when these people would call me, sending the speakerphone pa niya, mga ganon. So, I think she had contacts inside. She even would know pag meron extra budget. Because, di ba, the PDAF, something like 200 for every senator.
Yes,
diba?
yun ang lumalabas, Madam Madam Witness, because dito sa testigo nila Ben-Hur, sinasabi nila na dun sa Malampaya, meron kalagad tumawag, di ba? Na, merong 900 million dito. Pwede na nating kunin to. So yun ang hindi pa yata na masyadong napopursue na angulo. Although I'm sure the DOJ is on top of it. So sa tingin nyo ho, I guess I can address this to the whistleblowers. Hindi talaga posible ito kung walang kakontsaba sa gobyerno.
Yes, I don't think this can happen without that.
Ang concern natin, imagine yung sinasabi niyo hong transaksyon nangyari noong 2004, ma'am. So, and it took a special audit many years later. It's almost a decade since nangyari yung ibang transaksyon. So, isipin na lang natin yung mga hindi natin alam na transaksyon. Would you know if there are any people like Janet Lim Napoles na rumaraket din sa ibang ahensya ng gobyerno? Dahil ang sakop lang po ng COA report is 4 agencies. Ang PDAF and then 4 agencies of the government. The DAR, DSWD, and other agencies. So, sa akin, kumbaga, parang tingin ko, baka hindi pa natin naungkat ang lahat ng kalokohan dito sa mga agencies ng government. May naririnig ba kayo?
Favorite nila yung TLRC, which I don't really know what's TLRC.
Well,
Yes, in connection with what Senator Angara just asked, sabi mo, mahilig siya mag-on ng speakerphone. So naririnig mo. Sino yung mga naririnig mo?
Sabi niya, hindi ko noon kilala, so I don't really remember. Sabi niya, ayan yung contact ko sa DBM.
Pero yung mga senators, ganun, wala ka na narinig. I see.
Yung mga contact niya sa DBM, sa mga agency.
Okay. Thank you.
Sige ho. So wala naman siyang nababanggit na you don't remember any of those names na nabanggit ho ni...
Alam ko babae.
So, wala ho kayong kilala sa implementing agencies, sa DBM?
Wala.
Hindi nyo naririnig ho yung mga pangalan?
I don't know anybody in DBM nor implementing agency.
Anong pakiramdam niyo kung hindi kayo nabigyan ng immunity? How will you feel? Kung
I
let's say yung
prayed
provisional
that if I would not get anything like that and I were to go to jail, I prayed to the Lord that He take me.
Huwag naman sana ho.
It's okay. I'd rather die.
Sige ho, Mr. Chairman, that's all. Thank you very much. Ho.
I'd like to commend you. Powerful words, Ms. Tuason.
But I'm serious. I mean, I would die if I were to go to jail. I know I will. I'd probably get a heart attack or
Yes, ma'am.
high blood, which I am hypertensive.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, thank you. The next senator to ask questions is Senator Grace po. Ma'am, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Kay Ben-Hur, nabanggit mo kasi na isa sa mga trabaho ninyo ay pumunta doon sa mga naging conduit para magbawi ng mga komisyon. So, isa nga doon yung kay Miss Tuason. Meron pa bang mga iba na pinuntahan nyo na natatandaan mo yung pangalan para bumawi ng komisyon?
Wala naman, madam, kasi natutuloy naman po yung transaction. For sa case lang po ni Ma'am Rubica, medyo hindi na po kasi parang wala na kasi po sa eksena si Ma'am Ruby noong mga panahon na yon. Tapos medyo hindi ko alam anong ano nila. Tapos inutusan ako ni Madam Napoles na pumunta kay Ma'am Ruby at bawiin.
So siya lang ang talagang pinuntahan mo para magbawi ng komisyon?
Yes po, Madam. At saka po, wala na po, Madam, kasi iba naman yung case ni Sir Matt, nagkakaso-kaso sila nun.
So sheriff yun pinapunta doon?
Opo, sheriff.
Nabanggit mo. So nakuha naman yung E-150?
Opo, nasa possession po ni Miss Napoles. Nakuha niyo yung sasakyan.
So yung susunod ko naman na tanong kay Miss Tuason, kasi po nabanggit ninyo na dumadaan kayo dun sa senator's entrance, no, side entrance. Kasi po, dalawa po yung pwedeng pasukan dito. Meron po dito. Nag-elevator po ba kayo nung kayo'y pumasok?
Yes. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So alam ko na. Kasi meron isa na walang elevator. Doon mahirap buhatin yung pera kung sakasakali naka-roller bag ka. So, kung dito ka dumaan sa may elevator, marami namang nakakita pa sa inyo.
I presume, yes.
Sino pong sumusundo sa inyo muli galing sa opisina
Isa
niya?
sa office niya.
Isa sa office niya. Matatandaan niyo naman po kung magpakita ng mga litrato, halimbawa.
Yes, I think so.
Salamat po. Doon naman, nabanggit rin po ninyo, Ms. Tuason, na kinulit po kayo ng kinulit ni Ms. Napoles dahil nga merong nakabinbin na pagtatanong ukol sa fertilizer fund scam. Hindi po ba?
Yung involvement, natakot siya na matatanong siya about her involvement doon kay Jok Volante.
Opo. Alam naman po natin kasi, sa kaalaman din ng marami, nag-umpisa yung fertilizer fund scam investigation dahil na rin sa pag-uusig ni Senator Ping noon dahil nga sa ginamit daw ang pondo na yon para mandaya noong 2004 yung mga local contacts or officials ni Gloria Arroyo. Ngayon, ang nangyari kasi doon, si Napoles, sa aking pag-aalala, February 22, 2006 siya nasapina ng Senado. Hindi mo na alam yung petsa na yan. Ang hearing dapat ng fertilizer fund scam, February 26. Pero February 24, si GMA nagkaroon ng mini state of national emergency para meron daw alleged coup d'etat. Pero dahil dito, na parang naaresto nga si Randy David, at saka, ang nangyari doon, meron ngang sinabi na dark ages of the Senate yon dahil hindi natuloy yung hearing. So gusto ko lang malaman, kasi nabanggit nga ni Ben-Hur rin, na marami siyang mga ibang kakilala na minsan isi-speakerphone niya, nabanggit ninyo. So sa tingin nyo ba ay nakarating na rin siguro sa Malacanang? O sa tingin nyo ba yung kanilang pag-uusap nung representative ni Senator Enrile ang maaring naging dahilan kung bakit hindi natuloy sa pagtawag kay Janet Napoles para marinig yung kanyang testimonyas ukol sa fertilizer fund scam. Kahit sino sa inyo, kung may nalalaman ka dyan. Ben-Hur.
Di ko po alam, madam, kasi ang sabi niya po sa akin, may nakausap na daw siya po dito sa contacts niya sa Senate na hindi na siya mag-appear sa investigation.
Pero hindi niya binanggit sa'yo kung sino yung nakausap niya.
Actually, ma'am, sinabi niya po yung sinabi niya po yung kay Senator Enrile. Tinanong ko, ma'am, nagkita ba talaga si Madam? Tinanong ko pa nga kay Ma'am Ruby, ma'am, nagkita ba si Madam talaga at saka si Senator Enrile tungkol doon sa case ng fertilizer? Sabihan nyo, pina-introduce niya si Gigi nga doon kasi nangungulit ang boss ko raw doon. Kasi gusto ko sana malaman kung talagang nakita sila ni Senator Enrile yung tungkol dito sa Senate. Kasi yun ang sabi ni Madam kasi sa akin, na nakipag-ayos na siya at kinausap daw niya. Si Madam nga, mahilig nga po magbanggit talaga. At nalalaman na lang po namin pala, chief of staff lang pala yung kausap niya, yung gano'n.
Pero alam mo, tama, maganda rin naman na bineripika mo kung sino yung kausap. Pero alam naman natin na matimbang rin ang chief of staff kung paano masischedule yung mga pagdinig mo, kung ano yung suhestyon para sa mga pwede mong tanungin. So mahalaga rin at meron din impluensya din. Ngayon, sa Miss Tuason, kasi isa rin naman sa napapabalita bago kayo umalis, mabigat nga yung damdamin ninyo. At nung nandun nga kayo sa Amerika, parang nag-usap din kayo ni Senator Jinggoy. Totoo po ba na humingi rin kayo ng tulong sa kanya?
Hindi ako humingi ng pera sa kanya. Humingi ako ng tulong. Kaya siguro suporta or what. I wanted to see how far he would go. After all, I only got a small commission. He got the bulk.
So, ano pong tulong ang sana ninanais niyong ibigay sa inyo?
At least malalayan ako for a lawyer, mga ganon.
Sa tingin niyo po ba kung sakaling, sabi niyo, hindi naman po kayo natulungan, hindi ba?
Hindi.
Kung sakali pong natulungan kayo, halimbawa, sa tingin niyo ba makaka-apekto ito sa testimonya ninyo?
I think miski na kung tinulungan niya ako, nagdesisyon ako after a while na I would just try to I would try to go to the witness protection program.
Opo, ma'am. Actually, naintindihan ko rin na alam naman ninyo nung kayo'y nagpapakilala ng mga tao na may komisyon doon. So, siguro matagal na rin kalakaran sa gobyerno. Alam ninyo na merong anomalya kahit papano po doon. Ano po ba?
My problem was I sacrificed my values for friendship. That's what happened. Kasi pag pumupunta ako sa opisina niya, nung hindi ko pa yung ginagawa, daming tao palagi doon, mga nanghihingi ng pera, kasi may sakit, so always for something. So sabi ko, where will I get all that money? So I thought I was even doing him a favor in that time.
Opo. Salamat po. Yung sa DOJ na lang po, yung representative ng DOJ. Kasi po, isa dito sa mga sinasabi niyong provisional testimony, hindi po ba? May ibang specialty po ba? So, kasama din po dyan yung pagsabi nga, at alam ko malaking sakripisyo yan, lalo niya, byuda po kayo, na magsusoli ng komisyon. Kasama po yan sa provision para maging state witness at ano po ba ang time frame na hinihingi ninyo? Kasi parang sa tingin ko, kung sakaling magbabayad si Ms. Tuason dito, siya yung pinakauna. Dahil meron po ba kayong nakalap na iba pang perang ninakaw na sinole?
Good afternoon, ma'am. I think this will be the first time na merong isang participant sa isang offense na ganitong nature ay magsosole ng pera.
So, kasama po ba yan sa provision ninyo?
Undertaking po niya yan sa amin. Yan ho ang pinangako niya at yan ho ang isa sa mga basehan din po na kinonsider namin kung bakit siya kailangan i-provisionally admit. Ang status po niya ngayon ay provisional admission sa Witness Protection Program. Dahil po hinihingan pa ho sana namin ng certificate of materiality ng kanyang testimonya. Na ito pong certificate of materiality ay issue po ng ombudsman.
Paki-explica nga po sa aming mga hindi abogado, ano pa itong materiality na hinihingi ninyo?
Kasi isa po sa mga requirements po para makapasok sa Witness Protection Program ay yung testimonya po na ibibigay ng witness ay material. Ibig sabihin may halaga magagamit sa pag-prosecute ng offense na iyon. Meron po kami ngayon na preliminary finding, meron kaming preliminary basis base doon sa kanyang affidavit. Pero considering po na sa ngayon, ang talagang tumututok po sa investigasyon ay ang office na ng ombudsman. Nandoon na po ang preliminary investigation sa dalawang kaso. Nandoon na rin po ang fact-finding office ng ombudsman. So, mas maganda po na sila po ang magsuri talaga para hindi magkakagulo-gulo pa. So, sa kanila po namin hinihingi na lang ang certificate of materiality na to. Sila po ang magsasabi na itong ino-offer na testimony ni Ms. Tuason ay material at magagamit nila sa pag-prosecute po ng kaso.
Isa na lang pong tanong. Nung unang lumabas si Ms. Tuason, parang nga nakikita natin ay kumpiyansa ang ating liderato na ito'y isang malakas na testimonya galing sa kanya. Gusto ko lang malaman kung ganon, no, yung time frame. Kasi di ba sinusuri ninyo yan sa ombudsman bago kayo mag-file ng kaso sa Sandigan Bayan. So, dun sa testimonya pa lang nila Ben-Hur, hindi ba sapat na yon para kayo'y pumunta noon sa Sandigan Bayan? Kasi kung hindi yun sapat at ngayon ay nandyan na yung kay Ms. Tuason, tinatayang gaano pa ba katagal ang pag-uusad ng kaso na ito? Kasi dito sa Senado may mga pagdinig tayo. Pero ito'y iba naman, ito'y para sa ating mga batas na gagawin para hindi na maulit ito. Subalit, para din sa ating mga kababayan, pasensya na po, alam ko marami din kayong trabaho, pero sa bagal ng usad, nalalaman lang nila yung anong progreso ng kaso dahil nga sa Senado nadidinig nila. Sa inyo, kailan sa tingin ninyo magkakaroon?
Ma'am, ako po ay sa Witness Protection Program. Yung proceedings po sa ombudsman, hindi ko po sakop.
Sino po nakakaalam?
Ang pagkakaalam ko po dyan sa ombudsman, meron na pong preliminary investigation. Ibig sabihin, tinitignan na po nila kung may probable cause, kung may sapat na basihan para maisampa yung kaso sa husgado. At itong preliminary investigation po ay nasa stage na po ng filing ng reply. Ang pagkakaalam ko po, ang NBI, being the complainant, ay humingi lang ng konting palugit na para mag-file ng consolidated reply. Ibig sabihin po reply, sama-samang reply upang sagutin ang mga counter affidavit na isumite na doon sa ombudsman po. Sa bilang abogado po, ang pagkakaalam ko po, pagkatapos ng filing ng reply, maaaring pagbigyan ng kabilang partido na mag-file ng rejoinder, pero pagkatapos doon, ay yung case po ay magiging submitted for resolution na. Nakausap ko rin po yung isa sa mga representatives ng NBI bilang complainant, at ang tansya po nila ay baka mga Abril po o Mayo may resulta na po ito. Yun po ay estimate lang, pero ang makakapagsabi po talaga niyan ay ang ombudsman po. Sa parte po namin bilang sa Witness Protection Program, gusto rin po naming mapabilis yung kaso dahil habang nagtatagal po ang testigo, habang nagtatagal ang kaso, ay naiinip din po ang testigo namin at hindi po maganda para sa kanila yun.
Ayun na nga po kung hindi lumabas si Ms. Tuason, dun pa lamang sa salaysay nila Ben-Hur, hindi kayo nakahanap ng sapat na pruweba para maiusad na yung kaso? Kasi ito lang yung sa akin, no? Kaya ba tayo naghihintay ngayon ng Abril para magkaroon kayo ng desisyon dahil may bago tayong testigo?
Ma'am, sa pananaw po namin, yung kagaya po ng sinabi ni Secretary kanina, yung mga salaysay po ng mga present whistleblowers namin ay malakas na. Pero sa paglabas po ni Ms. Tuason ay mas lalo pong lalakas. So sayang naman po yung kanyang affidavit kung hindi po namin maisasama yun.
O sige po. Basta gusto ko lang klaruhin kasi Ms. Tuason, dahil nga nabanggit ninyo, 2008 lang naman kayo, hindi ba naging aktibo, more or less, na ang punta ninyo dito sa Senado 2008. Kasi nga hindi ninyo matandaan ang eksaktong petsa ng pagpunta ninyo. So kung sakasakaling kinakailangan talagang maghanap ng CCTV footage, at least dun lang tayo sa taon na yon. Ganun po ba? At saka may session, so sabihin na natin 3 beses sa isang linggo. Session day. Kasi po, di ba, alam naman natin yung session day, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, unless may hearing, Thursday. So within that time naman, hindi naman weekend, hindi naman po ganun. Sige, yun lang po. Salamat. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator. Yes, one more. Senator Grace po. But before we go to Senator Cayetano, Ms. Ruby Tuason, we have here a Senate memorabilia book of the office of the different senators. Yung sumusundo sa iyo ng staff member, sabi mo kanina, if you see his face, you will remember him. We have here the faces. It's of the senator and their staff. Can we show it to you and take a look if you can identify the person?
Mr. Senator, what year?
That's 2006 now.
Mr. Chairman, the resource person identified someone from the 2010.
I'm sorry, attorney. I know you're the attorney for Ms. Ruby Tuason, but under our rules, the lawyers are limited to advising their clients. Ms. Ruby Tuason, you be the one to speak.
In the book of 2010, I put a mark on
Yes,
somebody. I just made a dot on the head of somebody, that one. It looked like him.
looks like him. Could you read the name, please? Could you read the name? Okay. Sige, we see it. The person that you put a dot in, that's him. Could you verbalize your response, please?
Yes, I think
That's him. Can we have the staff? Look, marami kasing pangalan. This guy. So, maraming pangalan eh. So, dito pala. So, can we... No, sila ko ang
Mr. Chairman, just for the record, Mr. Chairman.
Yes,
Can someone from the staff or secretariat also take a picture of the book and just include it in the records of the Blue Ribbon Committee so that when they read the transcripts, they will know what Ms. Tuason, they will know what she was referring to and the person marked.
Yes,
for the record, Mr.
Attorney
Chairman.
Sara Ariola is hereby directed to take the picture. Was that Senator Cayetano? Take the picture of the book.
Take the picture of the book and just mark it that this was what Ms. Tuason, this is the person that Ms. Tuason was referring to or identified. Just so that when you read the transcript, meron kang reference, Mr.
Yes,
Chairman.
thank you so much. So ordered, Attorney Ariola, please comply. According to the staff of the Senate Blue Ribbon, they compared the... Oh no, sigurado ka na ba? Yan ang pangalan. Baka mali mabasa na, nakakahiya naman. Please make doubly sure. Ang pangalan na lumalabas, Mr. Alfredo de los Reyes. Alfredo de los Reyes, and I've been informed that he is a part of the security of Senator Estrada. Senator Cayetano.
Mr. Chairman, later on I will make a omnibus motion. I will also be mentioning some staff members or that they will be confirmed, but later on those mentioned by Ms. Tuason, by Benhar, I think we should also call them to give them a chance to either verify the story or say that say whatever they know to their personal knowledge, Mr. President. Para makompleto natin yung storya.
Yes, but
Mr. Chairman, including the person marked right now, the person you mentioned.
The person
I
mentioned.
think he should be called to the next hearing, but later on I'll make an omnibus motion.
Yes.
Including
Well,
others.
now that you said it, we are ordering the Director General to invite, make sure the person appears the next hearing.
In fact, Mr. Chairman, if they
So
are
ordered.
here today and I'm still going to spend about 10 minutes asking some questions and they want to answer right away, I think we should allow them. Because some of the staff mentioned are still within the offices of the said senators and they're probably monitoring at this point in time. It'll be better for them to answer right away. It'll help their credibility, Mr. Chairman.
Is the Sergeant at Arms around, General Balahadja? Pakitawag si General Balahadja. We will cause him to inquire whether the staff member is still around. the office. In the meantime, we give the floor to Senator Alan Cayetano.
Magandang tanghali, Mr. Chairman, sa ating DOJ family, Ms. Ruby Tuason, sa ating mga whistleblowers led by Benhar, magandang tanghali sa inyo. Alam kong pagod at gutom na rin kayo, so I'll try to speed this up, but Ms. Ruby started stating, part of the reason that she came back to the Philippines, said this, and part of it was really going to church, no? You were mentioning kanina. And most of us who go to church use the Bible as a source of truth. And if you look at the Bible as a sort of truth, it also talks about witnessing. Diba? Like the apostles were told to go out in the world and spread the gospel and witness. But the thing about witnessing is this. It's so easy to tell the truth, but it's so difficult or inconvenient when the truth hurts other people. So, with that caveat, Ma'am Ruby and Sir Benhar, I know it's difficult, and you will be going through this in the next few weeks and months, that the more details that people ask, part of your mind will, ayaw mo madama yung mga ibang kaibigan, especially kung wala silang kilalaman dito. But minsan wala kang choice, because these are part of the details. For example, kung ako nagwi-witness and you ask me, sino kasama mo mag-lunch? And may kasama akong private na wala namang kilalaman o kaya nababanggit, minsan gusto kong tanggalin. Pero the truth is, pag hindi mo binanggit, then later on may testimony, alam mo, sabihin mo, di ko kilala, yung pala kilala mo, o kaya hindi kami close, pero close mo. So I think, at least kay Ms. Rubino, you cannot really be half a witness here. People will have to understand that you have to do this. No? And you're not volunteering this information. Tatanungin ka, whether ako, whether yung judges and everything. No? So anyway, let me go on and just give you both that comfort and that encouragement. That if you have to mention, etc., no? Or you can just be honest, na, sir, there are some private people here, wala silang kilalaman, ganyan-ganyan, or that has nothing to do. Then we'll direct you. We'll tell you, no, we want to know. Or you said, okay, we'll respect that. No? Anyway, let me start with Benhar. Benhar, sabi mo kanina, you're happy nung nalaman mong lumabas si Miss Tuason. Kailan mo unang nalaman na lalabas siya? Or may himig na ba, even kung wala siyang pangalan, na meron iba na baka bumaliktad na rin or magsabi na rin ng totoo? Bumaliktad in the sense that they were being accused, but now they're going to also start. Remember yung unang 2 punta mo dito, panawagan mo yun na yung ibang mga alam yung katotohanan, lumabas na kayo't magsabi na rin kayo at alam niyo yung totoo. Remember that, di ba?
Yes, sir.
So, when did you first find out na may lalabas na rin na bago?
Nung lang po, Friday din sa balita po, sa safe house po ng WPP, parang maingay po yung mga bantay. Tapos parang parang maaga yun sa DCMM yata, parang balita na may lumabas na witness. Tapos napagising po ako Friday noon Tapos nung lumabas ako, nakita ko. Tapos sinabihan nila ako na do I know yung mga bantay ko po, do I know daw Miss Tuason. Sabi ko, ha? Sabi ko, bakit? Sabi niya, magwe-witness na. Tapos ganun. So doon po ako napaiyak.
Napaiyak? Why? Bakit ka natuwa talaga?
Kasi since I was illegally detained and after I was rescued, I kept on praying I've been persistent in praying na the Lord will send witnesses to corroborate my statements. That I am not fabricating stories. That I'm not inventing stories. These are nangyayari talaga.
So meaning, alam mong pag nagsabi siya ng buong katotohanan, alam mo, mabivindicate kayo dun sa mga sinasabi niyo.
Yeah.
Kasi, di ba, pag nagwi-witness ka, as I said kanina, madaling magsabi ng totoo. Pero may mga magda-doubt, may mga magmumura sa'yo, may mga magsasabing wala kang utang na loob or gumigimik ka lang. So, natuwa ka, because if you didn't know her, hindi mo alam kung matutuwa ka o hindi, di ba?
Opo.
But because you know her and you know that she has a story to tell, natuwa ka.
Opo. Because po, sa acquaintance ko po kay Ma'am Ruby, Tuason, may mga din sama ng loob not na, parang, ano ba to? Kasi si Ma'am Ruby parang, minsan naghingi ako ng opinion patungkol sa aking pinsan.
Yes.
So, yung
I'll ask you one or two more questions and I'll move to Ms. Tuason. No? But remember, Benhar, I said this then and I'll say it again for Ms. Tuason. We ask these questions first to test your credibility. Second, to test your knowledge. Kasi kahit credible ka, wala ka namang alam tungkol dito, di ba? O kahit marami kang alam, kung hindi ka credible, tingin namin nagsisinungaling. But third, your willingness to cooperate. Kasi pwedeng, tutulong ako pero hanggang dito lang. Kasi tatamaan. Sige. That's why the most effective witnesses are those who tell all. At doon na nagsasabing, sige, kahit ako makulong na, o as Ms. Tuason said, kailangan pa niya ibenta bahay niya. But that will affect her credibility. Yung desire mo to give back or to restitute is part of building your credibility. Or yung part na, kasi sinabi niya kanina, ayaw niya makulong. Sino bang gusto makulong? Diba? Ikaw, nakulong ka, na illegally detained ka. Hindi pa nga selda yon, Benhar, no? So, of course, that helps her credibility. But we also have to see how willing she is to cooperate, no? Kanina may binanggit siyang pangalan, Evangelista. Kilala mo din yon?
Opo, nag-uusap po kami sa telepono at saka nag-i-email po ako sa kanya yung mga documents na...
Sino siya, Benhar?
Si Jose, kaya si Jave po, Sir Jave po kasi ang tawag ko. Jose Antonio V. Evangelista.
So pagkaalam
He's a
nyo,
Deputy Chief of Staff.
Kaninong office?
Sa Office ni Senator Enrile po.
So you deal with him also?
Siya po yung sa mga documents po. In-email ko po sa kanya yung ano po, sa Yahoo account niya. In-email ko po yung Memorandum of Agreement, draft po ng listing pag nag-instruct na po si Ms. Napoles sa akin. At saka po yung draft ng endorsement letters po.
So tama yung sinabi ni Ms. Tuason na kung may role na si Attorney Gigi ang nag-play, may role na etong si Mr. Evangelista ang gumagawa.
Opo, i-email na po. Tapos
We'll
tatawag
go to
na
that.
po siya po pag pick up na yung documents.
We'll go to that later. So, nabasa mo na yung sa dyaryo, nakita mo yung sa TV, narinig mo yung sa radyo, and then today live, nakita mo yung testimony ni Ms. Tuason.
Apo.
May nakita kang hindi totoo?
Okay
May
na.
narinig ka? More or less, I mean, of course, hindi mo pwedeng lahatin, but in general, how did you like her testimony?
Okay po. Yun talaga po yung totoo.
Yun ang totoo.
Opo.
So, tingin mo mabigat yung testimony niya?
Kasi po, yun nga ang critics po sa amin na, at saka yun po yung mga narinig ko po sa privilege speech nila na even the witnesses admit themselves that they have not given money or hindi na karating ang pera sa kanila. So, actually, I am praying for na maglilink.
I-explain ko yun later, but natural naman yun na yung accused, sasabihin niya akusasyon, yung akusado, papakita niya kung may inconsistency. Pero mismo sa Supreme Court sabi na small inconsistencies doesn't make the testimony false. In fact, it sometimes gives it credibility kasi wala namang perfect. Kung author ka ng nobela or gagawa ka ng script ng sine, perfect dapat yon kasi mapapansin. But when you give testimony, especially here, we're talking about 2004, 2008, hindi lang kahapon yon. But the inconsistency shouldn't be so glaring to make it a lie. No? That's why tinatanong ko sa iyo kung mabigat kasi ang ating Vice Presidente, Jojo Binay, I'm reading from the Inquirer, Southern Luzon, 3:29 a.m. Sunday, February 9. Vice President George Jomar Binay in Lucena City, Quezon Province on Saturday said that the reported slam dunk evidence provided by state witness Ruby Tuason against his ally Senator Jinggoy Estrada and Juan Ponce Enrile in the 10 billion pork barrel scam was a dud. Tapos, can it demolish anything? Can it? Binay said, laughing, when asked here for comment of the damning testimony of Tuason, etc., etc. No? So I was going to ask Secretary De Lima then, pero she has a cabinet meeting. I'll probably ask you. No. So, ako, when I heard, hindi muna ako nagbigay kung slam dunk or kung dud because mas gusto namin na nandito siya at tetestingin namin. For example, si Ms. Napoles, hindi ko napatunayan na nagsasabi siya ng totoo. Pero napatunayan ko sa aking pagtatanong na nagsasabi siya ng kasinungalingan. But it's important for the public to hear all the opinions. So kung opinion ni Vice President yun before, let's see what his opinion is after this hearing. But ikaw, importante sa akin yung opinion mo because you said in the first hearing na sasabihin mo lahat at sinabi mo, wala nang dagdag to, wala nang bawas. Hindi later on, hindi ko sabihin, ito pa yung ibang senador o ito pa yung ibang tao. So napaka-importante sa amin malaman kung qualified maging state witness at qualified sa witness protection si Ms. Tuason. And you will be able to say that. And or any of, di ba, any of yung mga kasama mo, si Ms. Unya, si Ms. Sula, si Ms. Louie, di ba, ang makakapagsabi kung may mali sa sinasabi niya or, kasi may nabasa ako sa dyaryo, Ms. Tuason, forgive me for talking to them this way, may nagtanong ka sa akin sa media, Sir, Trojan horse daw si Ms. Tuason. Di ba? So it's good that we talk about all of this. I don't blame people for saying that and then for kung ano sabihin ni Justice Secretary, kung ano sabihin ni Vice President, kung ano sabihin ng mga tao. But importante, lumabas to lahat dito sa hearing. No? So, just for the record, Benhar, no, you're convinced na nagsasabi ng totoo si Ms. Tuason?
Yes po.
Okay. So, go ahead.
Yes,
finish. Let me go to Ms. Tuason. No? Ma'am, let me pick up dun sa questioning ni Senator Sani Trillanes, no. Basically, I think one of the reasons why he wanted to see if you know anything about the link, no, if the money got to Senator Enrile, former Senate President Enrile or not, is because of the value of your testimony, no. For the record, let me read yung Section 9, Rule 119 of the Rules of Court. No? Discharge of the accused to be a state witness. When two or more persons are jointly charged with the commission of any offense, upon the motion of the prosecution before resting its case, the court may direct one or more of the accused to be discharged with their consent so that they can be a witness for the state when after requiring the prosecution to present evidence and the sworn statement of each proposed state witness at the hearing in supporting the discharge. The court is satisfied that, letter A, there is absolute necessity for the testimony of the accused whose discharge is requested. B, there is no other direct evidence available for the proper prosecution of the offense committed except the testimony of the said accused. C, the testimony of the said accused can be substantially corroborated in its material points. D, said accused does not appear to be the most guilty, and E, said accused has not at any time been convicted of any offense involving moral turpitude. Question, ma'am, have you at any time been accused or convicted of a crime? Have you been convicted of a crime involving moral turpitude? No. It doesn't appear, even from the testimony of Benhar and from the DOJ filings in the Ombudsman, it doesn't appear that you're the most guilty. Whether we call it in between, whether go between, whether we call it ahente, whether you call it a friend or someone who's putting people together, it doesn't appear that you're the most guilty. Can be substantially corroborated in its material points. Basically, yung testimony ng mga nauna sa'yo, pareho nung sa'yo. So it can be corroborated except that meron kang mga testimony na you filled in the blanks. No, which goes to the point of Sani. There is absolute necessity for your testimony. Because if you're just going to testify na si Gigi, si Attorney Gigi, or si Ma'am Gigi ang kumuha ng pera, etc., there's already testimony to that. So walang value sa prosecution yon. Second, that there's no other direct evidence available for proper prosecution. Meron May mga dokumento, may papeles, etc. But having said that, that's for Senator Enrile. For Senator Estrada, it's a different matter. I've been standing and asking sa likod, no? Has there been any other witness who said na binigay mismo niya kay Senator Estrada? Wala pa. So far, ang sinasabi ng mga ibang witnesses, dun lang binibigay sa mga staff or sa... Tama ba, Benhar? Nung nandito ka last time, nagbigay ka ng mga pangalan ng staff ni Senator Jinggoy? Si Miss...
Opo, at saka nakasama na rin po si Ma'am Ruby.
Yes.
Tuason din po.
Sinabi mo pangalan nila, pero wala sa inyo nagsabi na nag-aabot kayo ng pera kay Senator Estrada mismo.
Opo, wala.
So that's where the value, if I was in the DOJ, no, yun yung value nung testimony mo ngayon. Pero tinatanong din ni Sunny yung value nung testimony mo doon. Of course, Senator Jinggoy is contesting that and asking for the CCTV, etc. So let me go to Senator Enrile muna, ma'am. No? Let me first ask, just to reconfirm, no? So to your knowledge, hindi mo alam kung anong usapan nila ni Attorney Gigi as far as the money is concerned. Tama po ba?
Between Senator Enrile.
Yes.
I don't know.
Yes. So basically, you deal with Gigi, she tells you the project, you approach her, she gives you the money, then you just assume that her principal, you either assume nothing or you assume that, may usapan na silang dalawa.
Yes, sir.
Has it ever come up, parang are you authorized or in there, or you've always assumed that she is?
I always assume she is because chief of staff.
Okay. Can I ask the staff to put up something on the screen? And of course, the whole defense of Senator Enrile is that he had nothing to do with this. It's Attorney Gigi who did it. No, at least yun yung nababasa ko sa payagan. And I remember nag-Facebook pa daw si Attorney Gigi na in effect, in common language, laglagan na ba? Di ba? Or is she to blame? No? But this is a letter. This is a letter addressed to the Honorable Carmela S. Perez, Associate Commissioner, Special Service Sector, Commission on Audit. Dear Madam, we acknowledge the receipt of your letter regarding the government-wide performance audit on the priority development projects, including the livelihood projects implemented through the National Livelihood Development Corp., the Department of Social Welfare and Development NCR, National Agri-Business Corp., and yung sinabi nyo kanina, no, yung favorite, yung TRC, and the Technology Resource Center, which we endorse for funding under the Priority Development Assistance Fund. I confirm that Attorney Jessica L. G. Reyes, Chief of Staff, Office of the Senate President, and Mr. A. V. Evangelista II, Deputy Chief of Staff, Office of the Senate President, has been authorized to sign pertinent documents to ensure the proper implementation of such livelihood projects, subject to the pertinent government accounting and auditing rules, laws, and regulations. The signatures appearing in the document enumerated are those of my authorized representatives. So here he clearly says that they are their authorized representatives. Rest assured of our commitment and support to the promotion of public accountability and improved efficiency in government operations. Thank you, very truly yours. Allegedly, this is the signature of Senator Enrile because it's his letterhead, Juan Ponce Enrile, Senate President. Benhar, kilala mo yung pirma?
Opo.
Kaninong pirma to?
Kay Senator Enrile po.
Okay. Can we go to the second page? This is a letter from Attorney Jessica Lucila or Attorney Gigi Reyes, Chief of Staff, to Secretary Yap in 2008, and you're testifying, Ms. Tuason, on 2008, right? Yeah. This is to inform you that the amount of 25 million pesos has been provided from Senator Juan Ponce Enrile's Priority Development Assistance Fund for the implementation of various agribusiness livelihood projects to different municipalities as per attached special allotment release order number ROC-08-01347 dated 31 January 2008. We wish to implement these projects through the National Agribusiness Corporation, NABCOR, an attached agency of the Department of Agriculture. Additionally, authority is hereby given to Mr. Jose Antonio Evangelista, my Deputy Chief of Staff, to sign and follow the project to ensure its proper and timely implementation. Thank you very much, Attorney Jessica Lucila Reyes. So ito yung sinasabi mo na ang nag-handle ng papeles, Benhar, si Mr. Evangelista.
Yes po, inauthorize po ni ano po.
So this is an example that the points can be materially corroborated.
Yes,
it's
po.
in writing, eh?
Yes po.
From Gigi, from Attorney Gigi herself. No? And
Apo.
lastly, the last page, no?
Jose Evangelista.
This is a letter to the Honorable Alan Habiliana, President, NABCOR. This is reference to the 25 million covered by special allotment, says its number, which has been released to your department for the implementation of livelihood project in various municipalities as per attached Annex A. our office has designated the People's Organization for Progress and Development Foundation, a duly registered non-government organization, as your conduit in the implementation of the said project. In connection, therefore, may we humbly request your good office to assist and facilitate the processings of the documents for the smooth implementation of said project at the soonest possible time. Thank you very much. Very truly yours, Jose Antonio Evangelista, Deputy Chief of Staff, Political Affairs. Alam mo itong mga dokumento na to, Benhard?
Yes po, dahil yan po yung draft na in-email ko po sa office kay Sir Jabe po.
So ikaw gumagawa nito?
Nag-draft po ako, tapos in-edit niya lang or ano.
Ms. Ruby, do you have anything to do with documents or you just put them together, they
No,
do the
I
work?
don't. I don't have anything to do with that.
So to clarify, your work was to introduce Ms.
No.
Napoles to...
My work was, I'm informed by, let's say, Gigi or Jave that there's X amount of budget. So then I tell Ben-Hur. From there, he takes over.
Let me go back. The first work was introducing the two. Introducing, sa affidavit nyo, di ba, yung nung hindi pa kilala ni Senator Jinggoy at ni Senator JPE si Ms. Napoles, you introduced them.
Senator Enrile, I never introduced them.
Okay.
Enrile and Napoles.
Introduce Ms. Napoles to their offices to get business.
Yes, to their office.
Okay. So, once they're introduced, you make them an offer for her. You tell them gusto niya mag-business sa supply, sa PDAF niya and everything.
Yes.
Nung umpisa?
Yes.
Okay. And then once they said yes, what's the process that took over?
Then they would tell me if they have a budget.
They'll tell you how much.
How much?
Okay. Then when you know how much,
I will tell Ben-Hur there's X amount of budget. What will they do with that? So then she makes a list. Him or Mrs. Napoles makes a list of where that money will go. Then, sila na yon. Hindi na ako nakikialam kasi hindi ko naman alam yon.
okay. Mr. Chairman, at this point, may I ask, I'm not sure of my information, but I was told that Mr. Evangelista is still in the office of Senator Enrile and subject to parliamentary courtesy and everything. Well, whether he's not or not, but subject to our own rules in the Senate, I think he should be also given a chance to reply and to answer, especially that his names. May I ask the DOJ, was he also charged?
I saw his name.
Yeah. Gusto mong pakita?
In connection with that, we were informed by the Sergeant at Arms that Mr. Evangelista is not in the building, but I would like to, they were able to get from the records of this Sergeant at Arms pictures of Mr. Evangelista. We'd like to show it to Ms. Tuason so that she can re-verify. De Los Reyes. I'm talking about the escort De Los Reyes. I'm sorry for the mix-up. Alfredo De Los Reyes.
Senator, can I look at the book again? Because sometimes there's two of them. I just don't remember if it's for the food or for the money. Hindi, mabababa yun. Kaya alam mo mag-bit.
Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair.
Yes, Senator. Po?
Just an administrative matter. May we request also calling for the TLRC representative, Dennis Cunanan, because in light of what's been mentioned about the participation of the TLRC,
Yes.
and there's a rumor that he might be converted into a state witness, and I think that with the gravity of the participation, it depends. I don't think we should allow that to happen before having all our doubts questioned in this participation supposedly of the TLRC. That's
Yes.
one. Number two, I think there was a request by Senator Jinggoy about the CCTV.
We asked that. The request was that Ms. Tuason be asked specific dates, but unfortunately she
So
replied.
do we have the capability perhaps to look into the whole, or that will be too much?
I think they're doing it already.
Okay. Thank you. That's all, Mr. Chair.
And we take note of what you stated, that at least it's narrowed down to 1 year, no? 2000.
That's what was mentioned by the
Yes,
witness.
2008,
The resort,
no?
2008.
Yes.
And during session days.
And
in
during
the afternoon.
session days, so at least you
the
narrow
afternoon.
down in the afternoons.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, just on the point of Mr. Dennis Cunanan, I think it was on the media that he's volunteering to be a state witness. So maybe we can ask later on the DOJ whether they're considering it or not, or if they've rejected it, why. Because after reading that, I read nothing after that, if he was admitted or not and why is he considered or not. But he's been charged also, right? Okay.
Miss-
If
Would
Mr. Tuason is not yet
anybody
finished, can
in the Department of Justice care to reply?
We're checking that, sirs, with the NBI. The NBI would be in a better position to know that, Your Honors. Because there's
The
a
NBI is
complaint.
not here. I saw them.
They are. So that's why I'm,
Okay,
I'm
okay,
asking
they're
for
checking it. Okay, thank
Miss-
you.
Mr. Chair, also,
Senator Po?
the ones that claim innocence, I wonder if it's part of their investigation to also check the lifestyle of those being charged. I mean, considering if they're government employees, assuming they didn't inherit much or they didn't have a viable business prior to their employment in the government, I think it might be easy to spot a possible
Discrepancy in their
discrepancy,
lifestyle.
perhaps. Yeah, just as a
We
suggestion,
will-
and I'd like to know if there's a process that they're following for lifestyle checks.
We will relay that to the Department of Justice, and I think it's not premature for them to reply right now. Maybe we should wait for the formal reply of Secretary Lima on that matter. Thank you, Senator Po.
Your Honors, with respect to Mr. Cunanan and Mr. Evangelista, I am informed that they were charged
They
before
were
the
charged.
office of the Ombudsman.
Okay,
Yes, Your
thank you.
I made another mark, sir.
You made another mark. Same person? Different
No,
person?
different.
Mr. Chairman,
Senator Cayetano?
just while Ms. Tuason has the book, can you check kung nandyan din yung driver ni Attorney Gigi? Because my information is empleyado din siya sa opisina ni Senator Enrile. Alam niyo ba yung pangalan ng driver? Hindi pa.
Nonoy ako.
Nonoy. Can you look for Nonoy there? Is not in that book, but we might not have time today, but may I ask the Secretariat to look for a picture? If there is an employee in the Senator Enrile's office, we will have that records in our 201 files, and maybe someone can coordinate with the DOJ to check no, kung yun yung Nonoy, kasi potential witness nyo rin yan.
Ms. Tuason, you made a mark on another person. Identify ninyo. Please use the mic. The mic.
Kasi ilang beses ako nasundo kasi minsan pagkain nga yung dala ko. Ayoko naman magbitbit ng tray. So, sinusundo din ako sa labas.
So, okay. Dalawang tao kung papalit-palit.
Yes.
From time to
That's
time.
right. I'm
Okay.
not sure if...
I'll have the staff identify the name now of the other person.
I don't know their names, sir.
Yes, but they're there in the
Yes,
book.
the other one is there.
Senator Cayetano, please, you have the floor.
So let me just continue yung tinatanong ni Senator Trillanes and also, so pag nakikita ho kayo ni Attorney Gigi, what do you talk about?
We don't
the
talk
PIDAF.
about the PIDAF. We
Yeah.
talk about a lot of other
Because
things.
you're friends.
Yes, we're
Friends.
friends.
And I don't know why, no, but everyone here, when we talk about Senator Enrile and Gigi, they're a little bit squirmish, etc. But di ba common knowledge naman kung ano relationship nila? I won't describe what their relationship is, but it's common knowledge, hindi ba? It's never hidden. They talk about it openly. When I was talking to her, she talks about it openly. Hindi ba?
She didn't talk about it openly like that.
Yeah,
So
when
I
she
just
talks about
presume.
him going to their house, having lunch with her mom, when they go out, you know what I mean? Di ba? I mean, hindi ba? I mean, is there any doubt in our mind that, I won't, as I said, I won't describe the relationship, but we know naman, di ba? So the only question is, was the money being kept by her, or was it going to Senator Enrile? Di ba?
She never really ever.
She never told that. But what about her lifestyle? For example, when you meet, anong klase yung mga bag niya?
Oh, magaganda yung bag niya.
Example nung bag niya. Hermes.
She has, I've seen her.
And how much is a Hermes bag? At least yung klase na gamit niya.
I don't have one, so, but I think it's something like $10,000.
Dollars. So about $500,000. No. And did you know where she lived?
Yes, in La Vista, but I've never been to her house.
You've never been to her house. But nung nabalita na may bagong bahay sa Forbes at Dasma, nabalita mo yun? Hindi.
Hindi.
But kaibigan mo rin yung brother niya, di ba?
Dalawang brothers niya.
Yeah, both. Yung isa nandito sa Senate.
Si Patrick.
Yes, the other one,
Si Neil.
siya ang link kay Alice, di ba? Yung sinabi ni Senator Miriam kanina. Yeah, they're common law. Sila mag-asawa.
I don't know if they
supposedly.
live together. Alice lives like a block from me, but she never, well, I'm not
Yeah.
that close naman to her.
Yeah, but you know them and
Yeah, I heard the other they were together.
yeah. So you have no knowledge about the 500 million house in Forbes and Dasma. Nung kay
Ano?
Neil na supposedly yung isa ginagamit ni Gigi or pagmamayari niya.
No, I never heard that.
Never heard of that. So you don't know where the money went.
No.
Nung birthday ni 50th birthday ni Attorney Gigi, were you there?
Yes. I was-
Were you in the video also in there?
I presume. I don't know. I think.
You know, that
My
catchy phrase.
table was not far from their table,
Yeah.
from the president.
Anong balita nung birthday na yun? Who gave her that party?
I only read that when Ben-Hur said that they paid for the party. That's the only
Ganun ba?
time.
Si Ms. Napoles nagbayad ng party?
Opo, yung Len Plus, may isang PR team siya na parang
But
nagkakandak ng mga
Diaryo,
event.
that was a couple of millions for the...
Basta ang alam ko po siya siya po yung ang nagbayad doon nung party na yon.
Okay. And it was quite lavish, di ba?
Hindi ko na po.
It was in a hotel. Well, Ms. Tuason, I mean, you've been to a lot of parties and trabaho mo yun, di ba? Dahil when you were the ex-president.
It was nice. It was...
quite nice. I mean,
yes.
yeah.
Were you there?
No, I wasn't. I'm outside the Colombo, or I'm outside there. May love-hate relationship sila sa
It
sa
was
amin.
very well planned.
Yeah. Anyway, I won't go further than that. I just wanted to do two things. No, as Senator Miriam said, put badges of truth, or to let you say some details. And I've told this on radio, Ms. Tuason. No, ang problema kasi kapag hindi ka nagsabi ng specifics, wala kaming kung totoo hindi. Alam mo, sinabi mo na sa party ka, may video di ba? So, kung nandun ka, nagsabi ka ng totoo. Wala ka doon, sisinungaling ka. So, pag sinabi ni Attorney G, I don't know her, but then nandun ka sa party video, di ba? These are the things that will help us in assessing. And the second one is to put you at ease that you're going to get more and more of these questions. And I do believe you're a good person, and I do believe that you don't want to damage reputations and people that walang kinadamay dito. But hindi mo in control kung anong tatanungin sa'yo No? So, I just wanted to, like Senator Miriam, I don't know you that well, but I see you around here, di ba? I think pag opening ng session, and then may kainan din kasi my office is also in the 6th floor, and usually may pakain din sa different offices. Sometimes you're here also, di ba? You get invited. I mean, you're pretty known person, and you won't be social secretary unless madali kang pakisamahan, and you know what I mean, di ba, na ganon. So, I mean, you're not a stranger to people. No one's shocked that, people are shocked that what you have to say and what you're saying, but no one's shocked that you're close at kilala ka dito and everything, no?
Well, because when I was social secretary, I met most of the senators before.
Yeah. So, let me just give you that encouragement that, kung alam mo totoo, may konting detalye, whether it's the color of the car or the flavor of the food you order, the restaurant, etc. This kasi will help. You cannot please 100 million Filipinos. You can't please everyone. At may akusado dito, may So, mangyayari talaga yan. But kami, ang trabaho namin dito, lumabas ang buong katotohanan, then we try to go for the reforms. No? So, last point na lang, Ms. Tuason. Why 40 million? Is that
It's a
may nagtanong na
ballpark
kanina.
figure.
Yeah.
Ballpark
figure. Ballpark of what? So, that's your commission? Or
Yes, my commission.
And your commission was usually at around how much?
5%.
So,
Sometimes less.
mahina ako sa math. So, 5%, 40 million is 5% of 800 million.
Yeah.
Tama ba? Kasi,
this is for all the years,
Yes,
This
yes,
is
yes.
not
Yes.
only the 2 years that they're
Okay,
in this.
yes. No, but I just wanted to give people a sense of the magnitude of PDAF and money that we're all talking about here. No? So it's 800 million over the years. No? Yeah. Kasi actually, ang charge naman dito, a couple billions.
That's why I was asking Ben-Hur, magkano ba talaga yun sa akin kasi baka sobra yung binibigay ko. I wanted to know. Kasi nga, ayoko, mas mabuti pang medyo sobrang konti kaysa kulang.
Sa affidavit nyo, parang nag-cut off kayo after 2008.
Na-cut off nila ako.
And 2009, 2010, kung hindi ako nagkakamali, doon malaki ang pork nila. Kasi doon naging Senate President si Senator Enrile at doon naging mas close sila kay dating Pangulong Arroyo. No? So, ang usapan nyo nung umpisa, lahat ng deals, meron ka. Kasi ikaw nagpakilala
Hindi. Dumaan lang sa akin.
Yung dumaan lang sa inyo.
Saka yung kay Senator Estrada, nung lang di ba? Dahil nung na-cut off na ako, wala na
Pero
ako alam.
sa affidavit nyo kasi, nung hindi pa niya kilala, at sinabi, Ruby, pakilala mo naman ako sa government officials. Tapos ganyan. Pero pag may kami, I'll give you a commission. And that's normal, di ba? I mean, normal in the sense that whether it's a private deal, it's just that this is a deal on corruption. But assuming it was you're selling a house, halimbawa, pakilala mo sa buyer, bigyan kita ng X%.
She's not like that.
Hindi
Because as
ganon.
soon as she was able to go straight to the lawmaker, wala na ako.
So you knew that one day, matitigil din to.
Oh yeah.
So ang nangyari lang, nung umpisa, they don't trust na sila magbigayan directly, but they trust you.
Yeah, I was the one also who put them together.
Ibig sabihin, kung totoo lahat ng sinasabi mo, both Gigi and the other senator say, was comfortable getting money from you, but was not comfortable getting money directly from her. But apparently, like in the case of Miss Gigi, Attorney Gigi, she became very close to Miss Napoles. So we can only assume that diretso na, except may testimony nga si Benhar. Ano testimony, Benhar? Sino nagbibigay na kay Gigi after 2008?
Yung may driver po kami, si John Raymond de Asis, na ginawa niya rin presidente ng foundation.
Nag-testify na ba yun? Hindi pa? Nawawala?
Opo, hindi na rin makontak ng NBI.
Pero hinahanap nila?
Ang alam ko po.
Sige. Anyway, Mr. Chairman, I have, ang dami-dami ko pang tanong, but I'm sure you'll get the same questions habang inimbestiga. And as I said, no, importante sa amin dito yung facts, malaman yung totoo, and then what reforms we'll have. At the future time, I'd like to ask our whistleblowers and even Ms. Tuason how we can improve the witness protection program and how you feel as whistleblowers. I've told this to Benhar na, you know, yung feeling minsan taas, bababa, tas yung kalungkutan, etc. But let me ask just one question to the DOJ rep. No? Nabasa ko sa abs.com kahapon, sinabi ng spokesman ng Malacanang, nagkaayos na o nagka-clarify na ang Office of the Vice President at ang DOJ about yung argument nga whether it's a slam dunk and whether this is needed or not. Do you have any information about that?
Your Honor, as far as I'm concerned, I have no information about that.
But napakahirap kasi, di ba, na kung sabihin ng Presidente, tuwid na daan, and eto prosecution, napakahirap kung sa kabinete mismo, may nagsasabing ang lakas nung kaso, may nagsasabing hindi ayos yung testimony na yan.
Medyo mahirap nga po yun.
Okay. But just so that the audience will hear the side of the DOJ, no? Ano ba ang presumption of innocence? I assume, ASEC, you're a lawyer, no?
Apo, I'm not an ASEC po. I'm the program director of the Witness Protection
Director,
Program.
when you say a person, for example, a senator, inakusan mo ako, and I tell you, I go back, I have the presumption, I enjoy the presumption of innocence. Under the Constitution, Alan should be presumed innocent until proven guilty. Does that mean that you cannot have a witness or you cannot say na ang witness mo malakas? Does that mean that you cannot make an accusation against me?
I don't think it necessarily follows, Your Honor.
In fact, it is your job.
Yes, Your
Na
Honor.
ilabas yung witnesses at yung kanilang statements.
Yes, Your Honor.
Diba? Ang presumption of innocence, ganito yon. Hindi mo ako pwedeng ikulong nang hindi mo pa prove. Hindi mo pwedeng cancelin yung passport ko. Diba? Just because may accusation si X or si Y. You have to prove it.
Yes,
But that's why it's a presumption. It can be overturned. And what DOJ and Ombudsman are trying to do is overturn that presumption.
Yes, Your Honor.
So, am I correct to say that as far as the DOJ is concerned and the NBI, by coming out with the whistleblowers and the witnesses, whether malakas ang kanilang testimony o hindi, walang violation of rights of the constitutional right to be presumed innocent.
I agree with that, Your Honor.
In the same manner, sa session, ganon. They enjoy the same rights as any other senator. Di ba? Kung sinuspindi namin sila, o kaya they got kicked out, na wala namang hearing, not only are we not presuming them innocent, we're also denying them due process. So in this case, may I just ask this last question? Binibigyan nyo ba ng due process din ang mga akusado? Dito.
Yes, Your Honor. At this point,
In fact, may preliminary investigation, di ba?
even before that, in the fact-finding investigation, I understand that in the Office of the Ombudsman, they are also asked to reply to whatever complaint that is filed. In the preliminary investigation, I'm sure there is that opportunity given to them. Otherwise, the preliminary investigation will be rendered null and void if they're not given the right to controvert the charges or the complaint against them.
In other words, we should also not take it against the accused or yung mga kinakasuhan ngayon from also giving their defense. Kasi they can also prove their innocence. Eh.
Yes, Your Honor.
Di ba? Ms. Tuason, just sorry for this last question. No? Meron ka ba kayong conflict ng Vice President or anything ganyan? Why would he say that your testimony is at that? Do you know any reason for that?
I was never close to him.
But you also don't have any conflict or whatever with him or anything?
I remember when he was still mayor, I made a complaint that he got upset about me.
What was that complaint?
The complaint is I was complaining because my driver got caught going into a one-way. And
So you're just complaining to him as mayor. Mayor, bakit
Yes.
naman ganito, ganyan. Okay. Lastly, Secretary, no, Director, so the DOJ officially, you take exception to the statement that the testimony is at that. As far as you're concerned, you believe in the testimony.
Yes, Your Honor, definitely. We believe in the testimony of our witnesses. We believe in their credibility, and we believe that we have a strong case. Of course, they are entitled to their opinion, but I hope that they will also recognize and respect our position on the matter, being the DOJ.
On that note, Mr. Chairman, thank you for this opportunity and thank you to our witnesses for being here this afternoon.
Okay. The names of the persons pointed out in the albums, dalawa po, no? Alfredo de los Reyes, who is a security personnel of Senator Jinggoy Estrada. And the other one, unfortunately, yung picture, there are 4 rows of people. 1, 2, 3, 4, no? Yung mga pangalan hanggang sa 3rd row lang. Yung 4th row, walang pangalan, but according to the Sergeant at Arms, kilala nila. In fact, ang palayaw is Tani. Tani, he is an aide of Senator Jinggoy Estrada, and they're retrieving the records. They have the records daw on the person. Okay. So with that, there are no other senators left who wish to ask questions. Let me end by saying that Ms. Ruby Tuason, your testimony is very, very essential. It's very, very important because this is the first testimony where it was clearly established that someone personally, as emphasized by Senator Miriam Santiago and by Senator Alan Cayetano, personally handed over kickbacks to a senator. And that is very, very essential. Prior to the testimony of Ms. Ruby Tuason, it was only personally handing over to the Chief of Staff. Hanggang dun lang. Now, with the testimony of Ms. Ruby Tuason, we have somebody who says they personally gave to the senator the kickbacks. So with that, I think the testimony of Ms. Ruby Tuason is a 3-point shot na buzzer beater na winning shot pa. Thank you everyone for coming, and this hearing is hereby suspended. Thank you.
Lloyd,